let's start the show properly. Starting from the Africa Games, it was a Nigerian show, and the boxing event at the ongoing Africa Games. Just make that they just concluded Africa Games in Ghana as the country's representatives won 8 gold medals on Friday. On the last day of boxing action, Nigerian boxers recorded resounding victories in their different categories, winning 8 of the 10 finals they qualified for. While the women landed 5 gold medals, the men got 3 gold medals. The 5 gold medalists for the women are Jacinta Omonakwe, 81 kg, Blessing Orakwe, women's 70 kg, Cynthia Ogunshemilore, 60 kg, Patricia Mbata, 75 kg, and Joy Nene Ojo, 57 kg. For the men, the 3 gold medal winners are Ifanyu Onyekwere, 92 plus kg, Adams Olaori, 92 kg, and Omole Dolakbo, 57 kg. The only silver medal winners in boxing are Shukura Karim, 54 kg, and Zainab Adeshina, 50 kg. Let's talk about that before we eventually look at the overall medal table. Call that the medals table and see how the team fared and how other countries fared as well. So, starting off with the boxing events, there is no doubt that boxing is one of Nigeria's strongest sports, Osas.
No doubt. Boxing is one of the strongest sports that we have. I think even before we started raining on the track and the field, we had boxing. When you go globally, you talk about Cuba, you talk about the United States, but when you come to Africa, definitely you call the name Nigeria. I don't know, owing to the fact that maybe we've got a very harsh economic condition here, so every day you go out, you box through life, and that has given us that edge when it has to do with the sport of boxing.
You just reminded me, sorry to cut you in, it just reminded me of something. Somebody sent us a message. I think that was after the finals in athletics, where Nigeria almost swept everything. It's a Brume 4x100, Chidio Kezia and all, you know. And somebody sent a message and said that the person is not surprised that Nigeria almost swept everything in athletics, because in this country, we are running every time. You're running away from security, from insecurity. We're running from this, we're running from that. So the Nigerian athletes should be able to run,
just like
perform very well.
Omolara, that 4x100 mix. You could see it. She ran like someone running away from either the police or one of
what of
Toby Amoson. Yeah. So you can see it. Sometimes these are some of the advantages we get from having tough conditions.
Are you being serious right now?
When you're tough within, definitely you'll be tough outside.
Are you being serious right now?
I am.
You're being serious?
I am.
Okay, so
it prepares you for the harder parts you find when you go outside. So kudos to whoever has put us in this.
Okay. So that means, after Francis Ngannou, had to make that amount of monies against Anthony Joshua and all in 2 fights. One was exhibition, call it friendly, that's synonymous to football, and the other one was competitive, and he was already 3 times richer than he has been in his whole 9 years in MMA. I thought of calling out Tyson Fury, and now you've given me more reasons to call out Tyson Fury, because having to box through the Nigerian condition, that should be enough motivation that I can stand in that ring and call Tyson Fury's bluff.
And beat him. I don't know about that one, but what I know is that we still need you. We still need you here to anchor shows at Today 95.1.
Wait now, but you just say that boxing through life in Nigeria, it makes us stronger.
Yeah, it makes us stronger, but not every. It doesn't mean everybody should go into the ring.
You don't reach my turn. It's not on there, Clothes don't come the inside.
It doesn't mean so, but it's a beauty to see that we're able to find something positive within all of this that we have been struggling with. Our boxers have done us really, really good out there. They've written the name Nigeria in beauty. They've flown the flag of Nigeria at the highest of stages. The same thing with the wrestlers. So Reliance, I think it's going to be a beauty for us to see that those at the helm of affairs build on what we have, because it's one thing to have this good performance, it's another thing to keep the crop and have them continue. That continuity is what we pray for. We've seen our athletes at the end of the African Games now. We've got a mix of the young and the experience. I believe that at this point, now if you look at it clearly, we had a lot of young athletes even go on the podium this period. It's something that at 17, 18, I think we had a 17-year-old join Esebrume. She had a bronze medal. What's the name? The name is escaping me right now. She won bronze as Esebrume won gold. 17-year-old, meaning she's got like 2 or 3 other African games to give us medals. So I think it's something that we should build on from now on. Let those who are at the helm of affairs, when I'm talking about the helm of affairs, those at the administrative end, catch these ones now, as they have come to rob off the gold or the glitters from those who have done the business over the years. Let them catch them and ensure that they build on it. Whoever is 17 that has got a bronze medal should be giving us a silver or a gold medal in the next African Games, be it boxing, be it wrestling, be it long jump, be it the events on the track, or any other one you can think of. Nigeria did represent in javelin. I was very happy to see that, though she finished 6th. Nigeria also represented in high jump. We also had a male high jumper that finished 6th. So I think we should begin to grow this. That's the only time we can give Egypt a run for their money. Egypt have been able to solidify their position over the years as the top ranked team as regard the African Games. Nigeria have been able to solidify their position over the years as the most populous black nation. I think we should leverage on that and begin to give the Egyptians a run for their money. Register in different sports. Get athletes that can. We've got athletes that can do it. If you like, call it what's the most obscure sport I want to talk about right now? Yachting, or we even had we had medals in hand wrestling, arm wrestling, and it's something. Yes.
We had a medal in mixed martial arts, MMA.
Mixed martial arts. Forget about it. That one is very close. It's very close to wrestling. It's very close to boxing. But arm wrestling, for us to go out there and get a medal in arm wrestling, that means that we can go out in yachting, we can go out in what's it called, pentathlon, and get the medals. So I think it's what's doing, as talking about the administrators now, catching these ones, keeping them together, and let that continuity be.
Okay, the continuity, the consistency, it's what matters. It's what matters if the country is to continue thriving and produce even further champions. Thought of Osasi Hemi on the show this afternoon. We'll look at sports that Nigeria have performed optimally, and we'll also look at sports and athletes of Nigeria that did not perform optimally. And then we'll find a way to talk about the organization of the entire Africa Games here on the show. So let's look at the medal standing. Let's let you in. It's about time to give you the overall medals standing as the games came to an end yesterday. Well, it's very simple. Egypt are the winners, the immense champions. 189 medals, 101 gold, 46 silver, and 42 bronze. Nigeria finished in second place with 47 gold, 33 silver, and 40 bronze to claim a total of 120 medals. And then in third, we have South Africa. Yeah, surely South Africa came in third, and it's rather 121 medals in total for Nigeria. So you're looking at 42 bronze, 32 silver, and 47 gold, 33 silver, 41 bronze, comprising 121 medals in total. All right, so 121 medals in total for Nigeria. In third place, we have South Africa, 32 gold, 32 silver, 42 bronze, 106 medals in total. Is 32 an even number?
Yes, even. Yes, even
number, right? How about 106?
Even. As far as it ends with 0, 2, 4, 6, 8.
As far as it ends with an even number.
So South Africa has a thing with even numbers.
Yeah.
32, 32, 42, 106.
But behind Nigeria, that's the beauty.
But I like quarrel.
I don't like the banter. I don't know why.
Anyways, Algeria 29 gold, 38 silver, 47 bronze, 114 medals in total. Tunisia 21 gold, 26 silver, 39 bronze, 86 medals in total. Ghana, the host nation, 19 gold medals, 29 silver, 20 bronze, and 68 medals in total. Morocco will come in 7th with 9 gold medals, 12 silver, 13 bronze, and 34 medals in total. Ethiopia comes in 8th, 22 medals in total, comprising 9 gold, 8 silver, and 5 bronze. And then you have Mauritius coming in 9, a total of 25 medals, comprising of 9 gold, 5 silver, and 11 bronze. In Kenya, you have them in 10th place, 35 medals in total, 8 gold, 7 silver, and 20 bronze medals. I think we're going to have to stop there. I think we're going to have to stop at the top 10. But we had 24 countries participating at the just concluded Africa Games. And Nigeria beat 22 out of that number to emerge second. What an achievement. But if you look at the disparity between Nigeria and Egypt, you'll be thinking Egypt probably beat Nigeria in 3 places. Like 1 Nigeria, 2 Nigeria, 3 Nigeria. 3 Nigerias, if there's anything like that, to emerge champions of the medal. So let's talk about the gold medal, Nelson. The medal table in total with what we've seen. Quite impressive for Nigeria, or there's a way they would have done better?
Obviously, they would have done better because Egypt has become one of the top dogs in athletics or African games or in the past few years now. So Nigerians should have come up to challenge them even more. That gap was too much. 120 go to Nigerians' name, but 120 medals to Nigerians' name, sorry. And that was an achievement.
121, that is.
Okay, 121. That was an achievement in their name. They did well in the wrestling aspects, did well in the athletes, obviously, did well in long jump, Brume. I think they should also improve young talents. There are young people in Nigeria who can do much better in all this sport. So if Nigeria Federation can look into this matter and create avenues for these young players or these young athletes, I think Nigeria will be in the world stage or maybe challenging Egypt more next time in the African Games.
All right, so expectedly Nigeria should challenge Egypt better in the next edition. That will be the 14th edition of the Africa Games. Make that the Africa Olympics, as many will want to call it. Chooks, let's look at it now. What does the disparity mean between Nigeria and winners of the champion? So winners of the games, 99 medals being gold for Nigeria, for Egypt compared to Nigeria 47. I almost committed sacrilege giving 99 gold medals to Nigeria.
But seriously, I think it's just a normal thing. Yeah, you talk about the disparities. It's a lot of, it's like double figures for Nigeria, for Egyptians, and compared to the Nigerian own. I feel we have to look at the improvement being made. Every time we have to take out positive, not always talking about the negative. If we talk about our stronghold, I think boxing gave us 8 medals. Then the Arm Wrestling Federation gave us 13 medals, and this is what we have not been hearing of the Arm Wrestling Federations of recent. And you say, what's a good one from them? 13 medals. I think this should be their first outings for Nigeria. Then you look about our normal names: Brume, Chukwuebuka, Enekachi. Yes, Chukwuebuka,
Enekachi.
So these are the names.
That should be short
puts.
Yeah.
And we have Blessing, and these are the normal names we just actually have. Like Nelson said, you have to start improving on the next generation. I think the problem of Nigeria is just when this generation fades out, we begin to do this. What's it called again? That's rush and pop. We don't actually groom the required talents when we actually want them to perform well. We have seen names that have come up. Like there are many names that we are not actually familiar with that gave us something at the African Games, and we say, okay, can we certify on this our performance? Yeah. Like I said, I don't like talking about the negatives. I think Nigeria, we talk about our preparations towards any events. We actually do that nonsense. That fire brigade, we are synonymous with that fire brigade, and how we actually do go on and still do something great in events which we didn't perform well is something amazing for Nigerians. And I feel we should try to get better. We should try to actually get preparations well, because I feel if Nigerians can actually prepare well and get our acts right, then administration-wise, we can say, okay, let's get this done. How many sports are we going for? I don't personally feel we should register for all the sports. If you know you can get 20 sports and 20 medals in wrestling federation, then work on wrestling federations. If you know you can get at least 10 medals from the athletic federation, then work on the athletic federation. If you know that football will not give you up to 2 medals or 3 medals, make football a less priority for you. Go for events that actually can give you medals. And I think we have seen that athletics is one of our strongholds. The wrestling federation, since Daniel Igali took over, we have been just seeing more of goods and goods. You talk about the boxing federation, which I also said from the days of Aliyu, it's just a rollover. The generations are just coming there. But have you ever actually said, this is what the boxing federation is actually doing to make progress? We don't know about it, and that's the issue. I feel the problem of this Nigeria is we don't have administrators that are actually concerned with our sports, and that claims in federation in arm wrestling is a good one. 13 medals is not main feat. By how many you calculate how many countries went with arm wrestling federations and they had above 13 medals. You talk about the athletic federations with our names, we know that you're going to dominate the athletic federation. Boxing, wow, so most likely a clean sweep. Wrestling federation, Daniel Igali and his hype and everything, they even went to Egypt to do some miraculous stuff and qualify for the Olympics. So I feel, generally speaking, you have to just know what is our biggest strength than to just pack all the contingents. We take 1 round to 7 contingents and just come out with 50 medals. That's going to be poor for me.
If we want to concentrate on the strength of the country, or SARS, it's safe to say that Nigeria will
always play second
fiddle
to Egypt. Yes, I think that's where I wanted to come in. I don't think we should concentrate on our strength. Nigeria is too big to concentrate on one particular fraction of the games. That's not the mindset of anyone who intends to rule in the world of sports, because sports is divided into different forms, and you must be represented to ensure that you take that pole position. And Nigeria has stayed behind for too long. We need to take that pole position. Why should Nigeria be playing 4th, 5th fiddle as regards the sport of wrestling when we've got a lot of waterways right here in Nigeria? I think these federations, they are there, but they are not functioning. For example, look at the cricket federation. They had to tinker themselves down to the African Games. The Ministry of Sports did not want to pull out funds for that particular federation. They had to look at themselves. After camp, the message came that they should just go back, that there is no funds, no financial backings to get them down to Ghana. But they decided to pull through, and they went there, and look what happened. A bronze medal came in for Nigeria from the female side of cricket. So I think we've got other federations that have not been looked into, and that is why this call is coming. Let the Ministry of Sports being the forefront, or being the face of the federal government of Nigeria as regards sports, begin to look into these federations. The same attention you give to football, the same attention you're giving to, would I say you're giving to basketball at this time, but let's say basketball is beginning to grow. That same attention should be given to every other federation. A beautiful thing there being done by the man Honorable Daniel Igali for wrestling. He went out of his way to ensure that wrestling takes that forefront as regards Nigeria being on the face of the continent, and it has been working. It has not been easy for Daniel Igali. He has done a lot from his own pocket. He has done a lot going around scampering for funds. It's not I won't beat my chest and say the federal government of Nigeria did come out for him when he needed them the most. But he did not allow that deter him. He went ahead to ensure that he could bring wrestling to the limelight as regards Nigeria, as regards the continent of Africa, and even globally. And it's a beauty to see what is happening right now in the world of wrestling. I think every other federation should pick from this, and they should borrow a leaf from it and begin to push. The federal government of Nigeria should do. It's always beautiful when you hear the name Nigeria up there. You want to come out to reckon with it. You want to have your say. You want to say I am a Nigerian when you hear that Nigeria is up there. So I think we should begin to think differently from this side of the divide. Talking about the federal government of Nigeria and also talking about the federation, talking about the athletes. It is something that we all should build. So I think it's more than we saying that Nigeria should maybe decide to focus on their strength. No. I think it's high time we started looking at it that our strength is in every part of sports in Africa. Let us be represented in every part of sports in Africa. And when we decide that, then we will know that it is required that we begin to build, because a house that cannot build definitely cannot withstand the storm. So for me, Reliance, we need to be represented in every sport, virtually every sport.
Reliance, let me just come in there. I think Osas already gave an excuse. Cricket as a federation just have to dig deep into their pockets and okay, let's go for the African Games. How many of the presidents of the federations can actually sacrifice from their own posts and do this same thing? I think, see, we talk about the budget released this year. The chunk of the money went to football, and truth be told, Nigerians are just football lovers. Let's say category that is, say 80 to 85% of Nigerians are football lovers. Then to talk about the boxing federation, we don't have a sprinkle of Nigerians who actually love watching basketball. Then to go to the tennis federations, I feel it's not about just taking the contingent. I feel we'll actually get there. But let's beat first. Let's get our priority right. We know this is what we can actually get from these federations. Why not prioritize on them and make good preparations ahead of events? Cricket federations might actually, this is if you are going to assure me I get 10 medals from these federations at least, then I put plans towards getting you preparations at the top-notch level. If you know you will not give me up to 10 medals, I put you aside. That's the simple truth, because I feel you talk about limiting the talents that are in that sporting world. Yeah, you try to hamper them a little bit, but I think it's for own good, because I feel much of the spending should be limited. We have to go for our priorities, because I feel at some point we talk about what happened to basketball federations. We are at the top level. Before we know, we banned ourselves. Before we knew it, there are many the kind of stories they're hearing from the basketball federation was even like it was terrible. So if you know these federations cannot actually give us or assure us good preparations prior to events or prior to competitions, then why not let them slide at some point? It's going to be more of the competition, or going to be competitive that you know that okay, this federation, or you see that thing that something that they did, adult and athletes, you can throw it wide open, because I feel if you improve on yourself, you're making your sponsor better, you're making your name go wilder, you're making your branding superb, you're making yourself at that spotlight, and it depends on the kind of federation you are in. Daniel Galia, all the respect to him, we know that he has been maybe let's say the backbone of the and the success being made at the wrestling federations. But let's go over to the cricket federation now. Obviously, you have seen some great job being done there. Boxing federation, maybe you say due to the 8 gold medals won at Africa Games, we say they're actually doing something great. So swimming, we have the water bodies here, but how many times have we heard these swimming federations go for competitions outside the shore of Nigeria, spending money on trying to improve the swimmers they have at their own hand? So it's not about just packing the contingent. You reduce costs and get what you want.
Reliance, I still want to weigh in on this particular one. Yes, you say it's not about packing or getting the contingents down there, but look at that medal table, Reliance. If you take away the medals gathered by, mind you, Nigeria had a gold medal in tennis. a female tennis player. Now, these are sports that you say we should not prioritize because maybe the federal government has not budgeted funds for this. Now, if you take away the gold medal from tennis, take away the silver medal from the bronze medal from handball, take away the medals you got from arm wrestling, because these are sports that you should not prioritize. Take away the medal we got from, I think we had a medal from javelin. Take away the medal you got from medals from sports that you did not prioritize. Take it away from the medals table. I think we'll be very close to South Africa. South Africa would have toppled Nigeria to the second place on the medals table. So you can see that last All African Games 2019, the same thing, 94 golds for Egypt and 46 gold for Nigeria. So it will continue if you do not change. What is Egypt doing that we are not doing?
But also, is it realistic that Nigeria can prioritize varieties of sports at this point?
Yes, we can. Handball has given us a medal. Arm wrestling has given us a medal. Cricket has given us a medal. Now begin to see how open doors will come in for sponsorship. Now, there's one thing about Nigeria. When money begins to come in a particular sport, the eyes of the government, the eyes of everybody will move to that particular one. That is how Nigeria grew to become a powerhouse in football. That's how we are now with name football enthusiasts. Yes, because everybody started to see that, fine, football started bringing a lot to the table. A lot of Nigerian youth started going abroad to play in Europe, in other parts of the world, and everybody now started talking about football. Now look at basketball. It's going. By the time we go to the Olympic Games, and maybe the Tigers are able to hold their own. They've not won an Olympic game before. They go down there and they're able to come out of the group stages and maybe go close to getting a medal. Basketball will now become a sport to be talked about right here in Nigeria. By the time we begin to export talents, a lot of investors will come into basketball. Then the federal government, through the Ministry of Sports, will say, oh, we can make money from basketball. Basketball will now become a stronghold just like football. That's the same thing that can happen to handball. That can happen. We're talking about Toby Namosun today. She is a big name. She is a name that every company will want on their materials. Everyone will want to be associated with Toby Namosun. She started one day. We started building our name in track and field. She
started building her name.
We started. Don't forget Mary Onyali. Started back then. If Mary Onyali has looked at it that everyone is talking about football from 1994, Clement Westerhoff, 1980, Nigeria won the African Games. Let's just forget about it. We will not be a name in track and field. Chioma Ajunwa jumped away from the pains of Nigeria in long jump and yes, she jumped away from the pains of Nigeria. She thought about the pains and she jumped away from it. Nigeria did not give her anything before then. We were not a big name in long jump before then, but she decided to do that. And now we are having a Sebrume also. We are going to be having names to come. We're going to be having a lot of names to come just because somebody decided to do something, and now the government is now looking towards that direction. So I think the same thing should go on in any other sport. When we have our hands on the table, we all come together and we have our hands on deck, definitely we'll begin to improve in this sport. Let's not look at one particular area.
All right, so let's see if we can listen to the sport minister. He welcomed the contingents back to Nigeria after a showing that secured a second place finish for the country at the just concluded Africa Games, and did talk to the press afterward. Let's see if we can listen to the sport minister on the show at this point.
You are the one that has told me record-breaking, and you have listed all the various ways we broke the record. The president is happy, Nigerians are happy and happy. I mean, they say the reward for doing well is to do better, and I think the example that I've already mentioned it. It's unlike before. For the next round of games, the preparations are going to be better, and the training and all of that. We're going to interrogate what happened, even in this games that we think is record-breaking. My determination was to see whether we could come first, top of the medal table. But when you also consider the fact that we've been top of the medal table just once, in 2003, then you know how far away we are. But I think that with determination we have done. And with serious planning and leadership, we can get there.
Then how soon is Nigeria going to begin preparation for the Olympic Games in Paris?
Well, what I can say is that those preparations have actually started. One of the things that helped us in this, game that we just completed is that very early I set up a committee called the Ministerial Performance, Podium Performance Committee. That committee has been tireless. That committee went through all the training camps that we had, no matter how short those camps lasted. That committee was everywhere, in all the games and all the sports. Before I took about an 8-hour road trip to go to Cape Coast to go and visit my female team, the Falconers. That committee had gone there ahead of me. So they have been, in the meetings I've had with that committee, they have also confessed to me that the sports that listened to them from the beginning are actually the African Games, also about the Olympics.
But is it wrestling? Wrestling has been doing well since Daniel Igali has been the man in charge. Is it athletics? At least even if we do not make the strides internationally like we used to in the past, we're still regarded as the best, especially when it comes to the sprints on the continent. The long distance races, we know who those ones belong to, the Kenyans, the Ethiopians, and so on, the East Africans generally, it belongs to them. But when it comes to the sprints and the short distance races, we actually are, that's our strength, especially on the African continent. You find it hard to find any other nation who tries or who comes close to us. The Ivorians tried to do so of recent in some couple of editions, but they couldn't. So, I mean, I don't know what he means or what he's saying or what he's talking about. Listen to what I mean. As far as the preparation is shoddy, it's not good enough. I don't care what committee you set up. It's not committee that will train them. It's not the committee that will make the environment conducive for them. It's not the committee that makes sure and ensure that these guys get their camping allowances and all that stuff. It's you, the government, or you, the stakeholders, the federations, those in charge of each of these respective sports, and actually putting things in order and in place for them to actually come out and do the right thing. So I don't know. It's funny how we're saying the one that listened to the committee was the most successful. I don't know which one he's talking about, because we had a good outing when it came to the athletics. We had a good outing when it came to wrestling. We had a good outing in weightlifting as well. So I mean, I don't know. Badminton, we did well in badminton. I don't know which one he's talking about, what he's talking about, but I just think it's someone trying to buy as much, we say, excuse or words, because let's say it as it is, as much as we finished second, the medal gap was just too much. And with all due respect, a country of over 200 million people compared with the country of just over 100 million people, when you see the gap, it just shows you that you're not doing your job. It's as simple as that. And you look at the other countries, just even behind you, the gap between you and them isn't as much, and their population is nowhere near yours as well. So, I mean, with all due respect, I don't buy into that. We'll keep on seeing the same sort of performances. We'll keep on seeing the Wrestling Federation do well because of Daniel Igali is in charge and he's been doing a lot of work. We'll keep on seeing ourselves doing well in track and field when it comes to the African continent, and trying our best as much as we can based on what we've provided for ourselves on the global stage. But I think overall, more needs to be done. It's not about listening to committee or setting up committee, frankly speaking.
If you don't listen to the committee, you're not doing well at the African Games.
When I say we go begin to listen to committee,
I think we set up committee for you. Committee. Oh dear.
Yes, boss.
Now you could be secretary.
Forget about it.
But you're right. Who will the owe money?
No.
Choose going to be spokesperson.
Why?
Choose going to be spokesperson, because you know that one we go make them.
Choose.
No, I'm treasurer.
I'm
treasurer.
for that committee.
I'm treasurer.
Treasurer.
I'll be secretary.
Money goes
Don't worry. We'll borrow somebody for another deposit.
You know how this thing hit us? If Chooks is the treasurer, you know how you just be with Chooks in the office and Chooks will just lost. One day we go to find money where we go use go cover, where we go use go carry out event. Chooks will just lost.
Chooks don't lose. It's not working. Chooks, don't worry. Unanimously, the parliament have voted against you as the treasurer. All right, Ovie, at this point, should the Nigeria government, through the sports ministry, take credit for the second place finish?
No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't take credit for the second place finish. Although we know it's coming out to say the whole meeting and all. But we saw that this week, for example, see what happened to the cricket team. They had to pull out funds from their own pockets to get themselves into the African Games. And this is not just cricket. We've seen this happen in other sports, and then you come and say, let me take credit for the second. No, this is the hard work of the private bodies, the bodies that are helping their athletes and their competitors, and they've really done well. So coming out to say it's 100% the government's fault, or the government's work is just wrong. So it's just the athletes and the private bodies, they are doing well.
All right. So is this an improvement, Henry, from the last Africa Games?
We finished second the last Africa. Relax. I won't see it as a decline. Why? Which improvement? You don't see the medal. You don't see the medal gap.
121 medals is an improvement. Last game was 98 or so.
Yeah, it's 90.
Huh? It's an improvement.
But look at the medals gap. Look, because frankly speaking, more sports will be added as the years as newer editions. So more medals to be won. Definitely, that is it. Relax. I do not see this as an improvement. I see this as a stagnation or us going back. It's as simple as that. There's no improvement here. You cannot tell me that we have 47 medals and the team that finished top had about 97 medals. And you're telling me there's improvement. There's no improvement. And we pride ourselves in being Nigeria. I don't want to say giant of Africa because I feel so ashamed of saying that. So
one gold medal has been added compared to the last time.
Good medal.
Nigeria won 46 last.
And that is important for a country like Nigeria that was dominating the all African game.
Na football na come out.
Na football.
It's football, yes.
Na football. Last year won.
Na football because Nigeria won. The Falcons
won
were the defending champions. So na football na come out.
So there's no improvement. Relax, and it's even. I would say that there's a decline because for years past, Nigeria was dominating the all African games. The African games were dominating. We are finishing top. Nobody came close. Nobody comes close. But all of a sudden, we're like, oh, let's go top 3. We're okay. We're satisfied. We move away. I mean, the US. Do you see an Olympic Games where the US goes to and did not finish top of the Olympic Games? I mean, it's very hard. Can I remember anyone?
No.
Who finished top in Beijing? Was it not still the US? Then you, the host, you have the right or liberty of coming in second place if you're good enough in sports, like you had with when London hosted or China hosted in Beijing. But that's what they pride themselves. They say they are good and they are the best, and they show that they are good and they are the best. We are not. Why instead we are declining. Facilities are not being put in place for at least to train. Okay, we ask ourselves table tennis. Apart from Aruna Quadri, there's no other person we have as our hope. Of your them in the female side of things, there's no other person we have as our hope or a major hope.
We have Olajide Omotayo.
Omotayo.
In men.
What has Omotayo done? What has Omotayo done?
It's a medal hopeful.
Relax, I promise you. If Omotayo goes to the Olympics, he gets kicked out in the first round.
First round now.
With all due respect to the man, it's only Quadri that we look at and say, okay, Quadri can make it to the quarterfinals and hopefully make it to semi-finals, and he gives up hope of a medal at the Olympic Games. But that's what I'm saying. There's no continuity, there's no development. But you have Egypt. If Omar Assad decides that I not do again, Egypt will not be bothered. They'll say, you've given us your best, you've tried, we appreciate you, we appreciate it. But I mean, we have other guys or other athletes that are coming through that are helping us. They are doing more to give themselves more ranking points and more experience. We were busy playing around. We're not even doing enough in the development of the sport or the sports who are good in. Table tennis is something we all went secondary school in this country, right? Table tennis is something that was there in your school. Like everybody used to play it for leisure, at least if nothing else. But it's a sport that we pride ourselves in, that we used to be so good at before, but we're not good at it again. We see the track and field. Okay, we dominated this year. All fine and good. It's okay. Even football, Seth, say we were beaten. Like, it was so shambolic. That's even a team sport, Seth. I don't even want to. But I mean, other individual sports, even swimming, we've never. The sad thing or the funny thing, how many water bodies do we have in this country, or people that pride themselves in being water people? But we cannot produce.
Call them. Call those states with your full chest. You there inside one.
I'm inside one.
When they don't find you.
That's the thing. Development needs to be made about all these things.
And you see somebody coming from I don't want to say backwater self. You see someone coming from a desert beating you in the sport. No, how is that possible? How should that happen? It's your whole terrain, it's your habitat. Try and harness the natural talent or flair we have for it. Give them the training, give them the coaching, give them what is needed, set up the facilities and harness it and do it properly. But we will not. We will now go. Egypt and Tunisia and South Africa will just pack all the gold. A lot of people don't know that in swimming you can get over 30 gold medals.
Yeah.
There are up to 30 gold medals up for grabs in swimming. A lot of people do not realize that. So when you go and all those medals are just passing us by, we're not partaking or participating or doing anything with it, or doing anything to try as much as possible to take something out of there. What do you expect? We pride ourselves, this river and this river. You enter all these our flying canoes to go from one place to the other. You have people that I remember my mom telling me about an experience of a friend that went for youth service one of this river. He was a teacher in the school, so the student was misbehaving. So immediately the student pulled the school uniform into his clothes, put inside waterproof and jumped inside water and just swam. Before the teacher realized he had already swam the full letter.
And they cannot harness that talent. They cannot harness that talent. All right, at this point, we have a veteran joining us via the front line. Serial Domwite joins us, as a veteran sports journalist who has so much experience covering major competitions and has been there for a longer period of time now since the invention of, or should I say the launching of the Africa Games. Serial joins us on the phone line. Good afternoon to you, Serial.
Good afternoon, Marriage, and to the guys. I think it's been a wonderful African Games that just got concluded in Ghana.
Surely. Wonderful for Egypt. And maybe wonderful for Ghana too, because the last Africa Games, Ghana finished 15th. They won just 2 gold medals. But this time around, they climbed up 6 positions. They climbed up to the 6th position. So probably wonderful for these countries. Egypt maintaining their place. But maybe not wonderful for Nigeria, just where they've been.
Well, I think I've listened to you guys in the last couple of minutes, and I do not agree that it's not wonderful for Nigeria. Yes, we could be over 200 million population, but if you look at the nearly 30 or more sporting disciplines which the events were competed at the African Games, you see that it's not really easy to catching up. The number of games, sports discipline entered by Egypt were far more than that entered by Nigeria. Remember, we entered into just 25 games, sports discipline at the competition. And it is not easy to sometimes, in the midst of the economic meltdown, to continue to stay at the top. Yes, at the African Games at this stage used to be area where we will say we want to dominate, but we are all aware of the rots in the system and that it does not allow us to remain at the top. But for me, the 2024 African Games in Ghana, or 23 African Games in Ghana, has been good. If you look at it, we have improved. Yes, we just by 1 medal, but it's not easy to stay at the top. It's not easy. You can get to the top, but staying at the top is never easy. So I think for Nigeria generally, we have tried our best and in the circumstance, and it is not bad enough. Yes, we've lost in areas of you want the comparative advantage where the medals will have come from. Over the years, we've neglected swimming, and this is an area where, if you talk about Egypt winning the medal, Egypt had about 13 gold medals alone from swimming. I think 6 of their female swimmers got a gold medal, while we saw 7 on their male counterparts. So yes, we are short of administration. We need to look at areas where there is jumbo medals coming from, and maybe concentrate on those areas and do it. We've lost team in athletics, yes, but again, we continue to still show that we are a force. You mentioned the Toby Musun, them and the rest; they are doing well. Yes, we may have not continue to do strong like the Chidi Moves and Innocent Abuni case of the past, but I think we're beginning to get it up. I heard the minister talk about a performance committee, and I think that's the way to go. Most ministers, sports ministers we have in this country are not technocrats. They are not they do not have cognate experience in sports administration, but for political reasons, they are made ministers of sports, and so they have to rely on the, people who know it, and that's where the performance committees come in from. They are made of technocrats, people who should know, and they are the ones who should be able to advise sports ministers to say, look, yes, we can have more medals in this area, in that area, and we can train here, we can train there. Take a look at wrestling. We've seen the man from Bayelsa, former Olympic champion, train wrestlers in Yenigua, and they've turned out to be African champions. They've turned out to be Olympic, qualifiers and all of this. So I think there's need for that committee. Yes, people who know it and who properly advise the political administration on what to do at the games. Overall, yes, one gold medal difference between last time and this time around. But I think we have done well. If you look at it, there are new names that have emerged. I'm not sure most of us heard about the Omolora or Makinju before. I'm not sure we've heard about Chidi Okezie before. Yes, Sebrume has been around, Tobia Muso has been around, Odunayo Dekorori has been around, but I think there are still new names who are coming up in the games, and I think that's where we should concentrate, try to draw up younger athletes that will dominate for at least a decade in the sports. That's how we used to remain strong those days when we had Chidimo, we had Innocent Amunike, the Obisia One Pass, and the rest of them in areas like boxing. If you look at it, yes, wrestling has come out so good for us this time around, yes. And you see, apart from wrestling, there is boxing, who has come, through the stream as well. And athletics, it's not easy. Like I heard someone say in the studio there, you need to look at where the money is coming from. I'm not too sure. There are so many sponsors, waiting to take up any particular sport. The downturn in the economy has affected even sponsors, and so sports too has been affected. Companies are not falling on their heads or heels to sponsor sports. They see that as maybe secondary, somehow. But again, you need to be very spectacular to attract sponsorship, and to be spectacular, a lot of discipline and hard work is required.
Okay, let me start from that, Cyril. The downturn in the economy is something that the spike. Yes, it hasn't been the best of economies in Nigeria for the past couple of years, maybe decades, but the spike came just about 2023, 2024. Even before then, federations attracting sponsors have always been a challenge. I mean, more like an uphill task for federations to attract sponsors to their respective sports, make these sports marketable that will attract individuals and maybe private firms to come in. Why is that much of a challenge? Because if you want to put it down to the spike, the inflation Nigeria has witnessed in the last, let's say, a year or thereabouts, maybe it might not really be fair to the past years where things were a little bit relatively stable, but these federations had difficulties attracting sponsors.
Yeah, it's for me, the answer to that is simple. You need to have people with cognate experience on board. If you look at most of the sporting federation here in Nigeria, some of the names on those sporting federation or boards are not strong enough, in the commercial sector. You need to, spice up those membership of the federations, different sporting federations, with people who are in the industry, people who can attract funds to the federation. They may not on their own want to be interested in contesting election to be members of the various sporting federations, but the administration must seek for these people to be part of the federation so that they can use their credibility, their personality to attract funds to such federations. That's the way it goes. If you look around, elsewhere or in other clients, members of the federations are liaised with corporate, giants or people who can bring in resources into the federation or to the different sporting discipline, and they help to attract sponsors to their different sport federation. But here in Nigeria, you still see several names, liaised or mentioned or listed for sporting federation based on who do you know, and I want to go there, hoping that government will approve. They will travel abroad, will have fun during each of these sporting events around the world. and you come back, and that is it. You were a member of the federation, so members will accompany the teams when they go outside of the country for various sports. So these are some of the areas we really have to clinically look into. How do we attract people with corporate, panache to join the sporting federation so that we can benefit from membership of the federation overall? If you look at it, the last administration, they did try their best, sponsor an athlete and all of that. I'm not too sure we had several companies sponsoring athletes, just one or two. And I'm sure it had something to do with connection with who to come and sponsor who. These things, there is a lot done behind the scene that I'm not seeing enough here in Nigeria. A lot is done behind the scene before you really come on board.
All right, let's get back to the Africa Games proper. In 1999, Nigeria had 64 gold medals. At the Africa Games. I'm going to stick with the gold medals because this is the strength of where you are, where you find yourself, or where you are ranked on the table. In 2003, there was an improvement, 85 gold medals at the Africa Games. Now, in 2007, there was a decline, 50 gold medals. That's about 35 difference compared to the showing at the 2003 Africa Games. And then in 2011, I don't even want to go there. The steep in that graph is very obvious. You look at 50 in 2007, 31 in 2011, and then 47 in 2015. How did Nigeria lost the dominance at the Africa Games where Egypt is now reigning supreme gradually?
It's simple. In maladministration, we lost dominance through maladministration. We were not consistent. If you look at it, most of the other athletes, like I mentioned, the MCD Mos and the Senior Bunikis and the rest of them, they were abroad. They had scholarship, they had sponsorship, to different games, and we didn't sustain that. We didn't see a situation where we're, sending the athletes to schools and monitor them, follow them up, give them scholarship, pay them stipends to participate in different competitions abroad to stay in top shape so that we'll return them back when we need them at the African Games or at other major events. We didn't continue with that policy and we left it. And at the stage, it was difficult even for some of these athletes to buy their ticket to come to represent Nigeria. It doesn't happen like that. You have to sustain an effort. We didn't sustain it, and that's why we had that nosedive. We just felt that these African Games we have won before, we are giant, and so we'll continue. I'm not sure. If you look at the history of Egypt, they are purposeful. The leadership now in Africa is a purposeful one. Everybody's talking about Morocco today as the hub of sports in Africa. If you look at it, they were very conscious in developing facilities, in trying to spot talents, sponsoring the talents, to different competitions. So now you could see Moroccans, apart from state-of-the-art facilities, they have the athletes in different sporting disciplines that have been sourced in the last 10 years, and they are now beginning to reap the fruit of such an effort silently done. We didn't do that. We just bask in euphoria. We're African giants in Africa. And we won, and we're top level and all that. So you will continue. These games come every 4 years, and of course, there's no way you can prepare an athlete in the next 1 year or a few months and they win for you. You have to do that over a period of time. We've not done that, and everybody's talking about wrestling today. Yes, if there's no Dekoroye, there is no what is his name now or her name now? There's Messi Genesis. This is consciously. Oborodudu, yes. Yeah. These are athletes that will move in the next 2 years or 3 years. There will be no Blessing Oborodudu or maybe Adekoroye. So Messi Genesis is there. There are Christiana, and others who have been groomed. Yeah. So that's it. But if you don't do that and just base the fact that you have a Tobi Amusu and that Tobi Amusu will continue to reign for decades. No. If you have a Blessing Oborodudu and so she will continue to wrestle, win the Olympic tickets and win African Championship, win at the continent, at the Commonwealth. Yes, she has done that over a period. She's done that for nearly 10 years. She cannot remain like that. But have we done anything to discover more within the 10 years that she has continued to reign? That's why Egypt has been better. Egypt took stock and knew where they had comparative apart from that and started grooming the athletes, putting them to competitions. Before you go to the African Games, count how many local and international competitions have you participated in, as in to be ready for the African Games that takes place every 4 years. You don't just wake up and go to the African Games and say you are going to win. No, it doesn't happen like that. If you look at it, even we had struggle with the male wrestlers because they are greenhorns. You need to participate in different local and international competitions before you're ready for the African Games. The African Games is like the biggest sporting festival we have. You don't just wake up and get a winning their performance there. So I'm strongly believing that we need to have, a system devoid of politics that of every administration coming with a different set of officials. To say, well, yes, no matter who becomes sports minister, this is the policy we must run. We talked about it the other day, I think on your show here about, the sports policy.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure people are following up with the implementation of that sports policy. Maybe because the minister who championed it is no longer there. But do we have technocrats in the ministry who are turning the pages of those sports policy left, right, and center at every stage to say, okay, this is what we achieve in the next 6 months. We achieve this other aspect of the sports policy and all of that. I'm not too sure I'm hearing anything like that, and that's the way to go. You have a sports policy, ensure that sports policy is religiously followed. If it's religiously followed in terms of discovering talent, in terms of nurturing the talents, and in terms of showcasing those talents, at various sporting meets, then you'll be saying, yes, you're ready. Yes, it's sports, but you cannot decline badly where one day or one season you're winning 60 gold medal and the other season you're winning 20-something gold medal, you're winning 37 gold. No, if you have to slide, maybe 1 or 2 or 3, but not a nose diving. If you nose dive like that, there's something fundamentally is very wrong. And we've talked about this policy thing. Now the policy is here. Are we, actually nurturing this policy and all of that, so that in the next 10 years we'll still continue to dominate or even improve on our standard? This is the key, and that has nothing to do with who becomes sports minister. That has to do with who are the technocrats in the sports ministry who implement it state by state, local government by local government, and that we know that so well. You talked about Tobi Amusa Jubodi girl. Where did she come from? These are the things you need to talk about. We were talking about Umolora. Umolora took 2 years of being holiday to go give birth to 2 children, and she came back after. Who was following her up? And now she's back and she's winning gold medal. If you look at the way she completed that race in the last 30 meters mark, she covered up a 15 meters mark, and that was how she turned silver to gold in the 4x400 meters event, at the African Games. And everybody's like, whoa, who is she? How many person knew that she was into the sports before she took a break to go attend to her making babies? She made 2 babies and came back. That is a conscious effort. If there was no conscious effort, she would just give back to her 2 children, and she will not come back to the sports again. So these are the things we need to look at. How did she win gold medal? In fact, turned silver to gold, because we're 30 meters away from getting silver. She covered up. That is conscious effort. She did a lot of things. People must follow those things. Oh, how did she do it? Not to be celebrating, oh yes, she won, and that's all. No, how did she win?
Okay.
That's the most important question, which the administrators need to know.
Quite impressive. Now, what is Daniel Igali doing right amidst all of this in the Nigeria Wrestling Federation that other federations, maybe I might want to exclude handball? Maybe a little bit I might want to exclude handball, but what is it doing right in that federation that other federations are not doing or cannot do or finding it difficult to do? Because in the end, we are all in this same Nigeria, same economic situation, same circumstances, same insecurity, same everything. But something is right in the wrestling federation. Yes, you could argue that maybe only the women are the one making the country proud for now. There was a point in time it used to be the men or probably a change of era or something. But then again, you can be certain that there is a deliberate effort from the administrators in that federation to get things right. They had a wrestling classics in Bielsa, just like you made reference to, that discovered, wrestlers and all, before eventually traveling to Ghana. And they keep having these wrestling classics almost every year, and athletes are being discovered, Messi Genesis and all. So what is he doing right in that federation that other federations can learn, are having difficulties implementing their own federations, cannot implement in their own federation, or having challenges implementing?
To answer your question, first, there is this popular saying that lack of knowledge, for lack of knowledge, people perish. The first thing that's happening in the Wrestling Federation under Daniel Igali is that he's very knowledgeable in the sport. Not because he's an Olympian, but the fact he has the passion for the sport himself. So he doesn't have to wait for grants to come from the Federal Ministry of Sports for him to get moving. The Wrestling Federation is like they're in camp 24 hours all day and all year round. How? They segment. They come to camp for local competition. They they graduate from local competition to continental competition, and of course to the internationals. That's how they do. They are conscious of it, and every local competition you see them discover stars over a period of time, and they condition those athletes, those wrestlers, for the African Games and for other international competitions. If you're aware, we have already maybe about 6 or even more now that are qualified for the Olympic Games as wrestlers.
Yeah.
Because it's a conscious effort. So first, you must have administrators who are passionate about the sports which they administer. It's not an administrator who just wants the ESTA code off the fact that he chairs the federation. You need to have this, because like you said, Igali is still in the same Nigeria. It's not like when he was in Canada. He's back in Nigeria here. And he's combining that with his other engagement. But because he has his passion for it, he follows it up all around. So we need to choose federation heads who are passionate about their sports, not about what they will get from the sports. And at the end of the day, yes, they will get something from it, but above all, the laureates will come in via their effort. So you see Daniel Gali, look for every state governor who he knows can give him money to feed the athletes where they are in camp. You will give him money to pay transport to bring them to the camp. You feed them to organize a competition that will enable him to discover talents that will have blessing of God do. I have a Dukoyi, so there's no problem. I win when I go to the next competition. Where you are supposed to win 10 medals, you win 2, and you shout on the top of your voices that you have won medals. No, yeah. So that passion to do what is right and maintain it over a period of time. He's suffering from the same paucity of funds, but he's been able to find a way of getting, 1 or 2 governors, to bring funds to help him facilitate the feeding, the training camps for these athletes, like I mentioned, for both local competitions, from where he's discovering talent, and for the international or continental competitions to say, well, we are where. I can tell you something. There are 1 or 2 federations that have heads who do not remember that they have maybe a continental competition elsewhere, and they only remember when the world body or the continental body asks for representation from your sports.
Wow.
That's when we need to go to Egypt for this competition.
Wow.
So let's see who we are going to send to Egypt.
Wow.
How do you do that? You should have known from a calendar that yes, in the next 6 months there will be a competition in maybe Lagos or in Egypt or anywhere. So we start preparing for it. Then they start looking for who is available. Then they make it, and you go. No, you're never going to win like that. That doesn't happen in Wrestling Federation. It doesn't happen. In Wrestling Federation, they tell you, oh, we have 1 more slot remaining for this person. So to get in that 1 slot, this is what we are doing to filling up that 1 slot. If there's 1 slot or 2 slots. That's what they do. They are conscious of it from the beginning. Not at the heat of the moment you start to look for who will fill the slots. They are consciously, through a process that will fill it up. So for the Wrestling Federation and Daniel Gali, they have passion, they have knowledge of what they are doing. And by properly conditioning the athletes, they get results. You need passion. You need to know what you are doing, and you need to condition the athletes you're presenting. And by the grace of God, they win laurels for you, and that's exactly what's happening in the Wrestling Federation. And if Daniel Gali tells you he wants it because of this, you are bound to listen to him, because the results are there in the past. So
yeah.
we need a Daniel Gali in the other sporting federations, to lead, and you see increase in the medals from those sporting federations as well.
Quite interesting. Now, let's go back to where you touch a little bit, talking about the number of sports that Nigeria entered, about 25 or thereabout, that Nigeria had representative, at the just concluded Africa Games, leading to 47 gold and, of course, a total of 121 medals. For you to usurp or surpass or even challenge Egypt, you must enter in more sports, because entering more sports means more medals, more potential to win more medals. So, is it safe to say that Nigeria should start looking beyond sport of comparative advantage? Because that's the argument we had in the studio some minutes ago before we had you join us via the phone line. Is it safe to say that at this point, look beyond? For instance, swimming can give many medals, gold, silver, bronze, you name them, many of them. It should be Nigeria's strong point, but unfortunately, that's not the case. So, is it about time that Nigeria start thinking of, let's be more diverse, enter into more sports, or stick to sports of comparative advantage?
Well, it's not a straight question of saying yes or no. I can tell you, with a degree of certainty that the more sports you enter into, the more medals you are most likely to get. And you mentioned swimming. Yes, swimming can give you over 120 medals in the competition. So you have to do that. Yes, a lot of people talk about, we're having all the rivers here and all of that. Yes, we have those rivers, but we don't have people who are consciously looking for people who enter into those rivers who can give them medals and train them in the rivers for another 2-3 years before they come up. But again, you need to look at, say, if you have more competent people as swimmers, their chances of winning medals increase, because there is more medals in swimming than in football, where you play to the final, only one medal. But in swimming, like I mentioned to you, you can see Egypt winning 13 gold medals, 13, 6 for swimmers, female swimmers, and 7 for the male swimmers. I'm not talking about the bronze and the silver they got from it. Yeah, it's an area. But again, if you enter into sports of just comparative advantage, you reduce your chances of winning medals in the others. But all of this boils down to finance and administration. So it's not a straightforward answer to say, okay, well, Egypt enter into more competitions than Nigeria. Of course, it should. Even if they did enter, did they have strength in those areas where they enter? Yes. If you don't have strength and you enter into all the competitions, you will still not make medals. So first, you need to, properly, work towards having dominance in those sports where you even enter. If you look at it, our returns in the athletics, it's been pushed down to second. And you were talking about the 80s and the 70s. We had more returns in athletics. So that's it. So when you talk of comparative advantage, what happens to the others? You can say, okay, next 10 years or 5 years or 8 years, we are going to concentrate on a particular area. Then in 20 years' time, we are working at increasing the number of sporting disciplines we present at partake in sporting events. You work on it. So within a period, you're sure that, after 20 years, you will have gotten a 18, 19, 20-year-old that will dominate for another 10 years in those sports and even begin to win in area where we don't. You are aware, I think, was it rowing or what, in a sport where Nigeria entered, we don't even have the habitat here, in Nigeria. But we have people outside who have been participating in it. So we're trying to now bring them in to see, how they can, get medals for Nigeria through the process. But we're just starting. But if we have done that 20 years ago, we will have reaped the result now. That's what Egypt is doing. Egypt started early, doing their deficit before this time. So they were conscious, and now they are beginning to reap it. What you see Egypt win today is not what they started maybe 5 years ago or even 10 years ago. So you won't say that, no, let's just look at areas where we have comparative advantage and concentrate on those areas. That will bring us to maybe out of a 30 event competition, we say, okay, let's concentrate on 15. Then when we win, you are never going to win all the medals in those 15.
Okay. All right.
So you're still short.
Yeah. We had
it's holistic. It's holistic over a period of time.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's more like have a blueprint of where you want to be in the next 5-10 years.
Be at 10 years. Exactly. Exactly. That's it. That's it.
Okay, so I want to bring you into this debate before we let you go. We had a debate in the studio. I think that should be about 3-4 days ago. The day after Toby Amuson won her third.
Here in Nigeria, we've never had. So when you talk of returns on our effort, she is the only world champion we have in Nigeria. So she is clearly the best, if you ask. But again, there could be some other parameters you use in judging in different fields. But overall, the very first parameter is, are you the best in the world? And she can beat her, she can say 12.12 seconds is the best at a particular year. And in that year, she was the one who posted that record. In fact, she reduced it in the semi-final, if you remember. So she can beat her chest and move around and say, yes, she's the best.
Okay, Cyril, do us a favor, okay? Yes. Please stay on the line. We have a commercial break that will take a couple of seconds. But can you stay on the line? We'll get back to you after the commercial break, please.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. So let's go for a commercial break. The show continues after this time out. Do not touch the dial.
Get your own house for Greater Taft City, Port Harcourt. Na city where they don't plan them where you feel live, work and play. Greater Taft City, na 20,000 housing unit initiative. We be saying na Taft Africa Global, na then develop them. Come join us together with the River State government and then they along Port Harcourt Airport Road, Obirikore. With just 25 million naira or more, you fit get your own house for Greater Taft City. Just make the first payment of 20%, then pay the rest for 1 year without interest. You fit still invest for our commercial properties them where they available. Just make the first payment of 30%, then spread the rest on the PM for 6 months. For property inspection, visit our office for 211 Reef Taft Shopping Mall after JDP Roundabout, Transamadi, Port Harcourt. If you be Miss Golf Estate, no miss this opportunity where Greater Taft City don't bring come your domot. For more tori, we are green us on top 0916 000 4994 or 0916 000 4995 or 0913 756 1335 or 0916 000 4991. You can still visit our website for www.taftafricaglobal.com for more tori.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
For the best coverage of Nigeria football, always listen to today's Sports Life on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Anayo Iwala, Super Eagles and Esperance player, and I am a fan of the show.
Thank you very much for being right there with us. This is the continuation of today's Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Reliable Reliance Odonyin. I have the company of Henry Ogugwa in the studio with me, Young Chukwuzite, Ovie Wallace, and Nelson Odia, alongside Osas Ehewi. And we are still deliberating and talking about Nigeria's performance at the recently concluded Africa Games, the 13th edition of it that held in Ghana, Accra, the city precisely. And we do have Cyril Dumwite. Cyril is a veteran sports journalist who has covered major competitions and have an idea of Nigeria's performance in many of these competitions, and is sharing his wealth of experience as well as coverage over the years in this sport. Cyril, great to have you back. Thank you very much for being there.
My pleasure, and honor to be with you guys.
All right, so let's continue from where we left us. We left off. We were talking about Toby Amuson, and of course, if she is by far the best Nigeria has produced in athletics.
No doubt about it. In my opinion, but in terms of results, she is clearly the best. No doubt about it, because no, we don't have another world champion in Nigeria over the 60 years plus that we've been part of. Sporting competition. Toby Amuson, this is her era, I want to say. She won 3 gold medals, like you mentioned, hat-trick. You know, it doesn't come easy. We don't remember many names or who have won back-to-back, you know, at the African Games in terms of gold. You are aware that, you know, she's just short of the African mark at the Games, you know, with her 12.89 fit at the African Games in Accra, Ghana. So she continues, despite her blip, if you remember, of being accused of missing 3 drug test, out of competition drug tests and all of that.
Yeah.
But she didn't lose faith, and she continued and powered on, and now she looks very ready for the next World Championship. So I like I mentioned, we should see her as Africa's best athlete, because of the result, which is the world record, in our favorite field, which is the hurdles event. That doesn't mean that athletes who did not, who had not gone to the world, and won are not best. They are best at their own level. But overall, the World Athletics Championship is seen like, how do I put it now, the biggest sporting event in athletics. That's where she won it.
It's like winning a World Cup in football.
Exactly.
Compared
I was
to,
going to say that for football.
Yeah.
To winning the Nations Cup, or to winning maybe a league or something.
Or let's say, let's say winning the football event in Olympics.
Olympics, yes, exactly. That's what it is. So that's why I'm saying that she's clearly the best. If you win the World Cup, you win the Nations Cup, or you win the other football competitions, you are still the best, especially if you're consistent over a period of time. Because some people want to say, well, how consistent is she, and all of that. But the mere fact that in Nigeria here, for us, she's the only one after all of the years. Man, she needs to stand out, and we need to give her that recognition. I must tell you something here. Relax. You when you see someone who is consistent and haven't gone through the trials of a system not being tainted, it doesn't happen. And she was a local girl until recently, So do we still have the Tobias Muslims around in Nigeria? Yes. Who is going to fish them? I may not know at this point. So we need people to
look into your crystal ball and tell us who's going to fish them.
I may not know. And you see, that's where, when this minister was talking about the performance committee, I was asking myself, what is the charge to those members of that performance committee?
Yeah.
We need to know. Is somebody, like I mentioned before, turning the pages of the sports policy of Nigeria and implementing those sports policies? The wonderful, piece of work. But who is going to implement it? Like I said, I may not know, but I'm hoping that someday we'll have people who are very interested in sports and who will say, yes, what is sports policy? If you're in charge of the South Zone, give me your result sheet. Who have you discovered in how many sports discipline? Where have you taken them to? And what is their rating as we speak? We need to charge sports administrators to look out for these people. There are so many, both here and in diaspora. There are so many, but we need to harness them. And the biggest part of the job is to discover who is going to discover them. As for them being around, yes, they are around, but who is going to discover them? That's the most important thing. But to answer your question straight, by results and performance, Tobias Musso is the very best.
How about winning an Olympic gold? There is what's her name again? In long jump that won the Olympic gold medal. I think that's about the Olympic gold that Nigeria can boast of in athletics altogether. That should be Mary Onyali, who won gold for Nigeria. Doesn't that count for something? Some say no, she might not be the best until she delivers an Olympic gold medal. Because Mary did it for Nigeria back in, I think that should be 1999, if my memory serves me right. So, doesn't that count or put up an argument against Toby being the best ever athlete Nigeria has produced?
It doesn't. It doesn't. Like I mentioned to you, you appropriately put it, winning the World Cup, the Olympic football event, and winning the World Cup. They are not the same. The World Athletics Championship, athletics, this is that is the first one you consider, when it comes to it. Yes, it's the Olympics is the biggest sporting, fiesta you want to think about in terms of number and people who come around it, But again, for a specialized field, World Cup football, specialized field athletics, World Athletics Championship, So that's the way I look at it. I may not be 100% correct, but that's the idea. Sometimes do not fail me at all. That's what it is. You are a specialist in that specialist area, in that your special area. That's what it is. And if overall you win, and that is it. Again, like I mentioned, for her, a singular person here in Nigeria, no other person has gone that close in Nigeria. Makes her shoulder very broad and high.
All right, Cyril Damwite, thank you very much for joining us on the conversation this afternoon, exploring, although not in Ghana, but from the comfort of our homes here in Nigeria, X-raying and exploring the Africa Games together. It's been delightful. By the way, Cyril, 5 Nigerians have qualified for the Olympics 2024 coming up later this year. We have Oduna Odekureyo. She had earlier qualified anyways. So we have 4 other Nigerian wrestlers who joined her. Blessing Oborodudu has qualified for the Olympics. There is also a place for world military champion Hannah Ruben, 76 kg, has qualified. Esther Kolawale has qualified for the Olympics as well, and in her own kg. Then there's also a place for Africa Games champion Christina Ogunsonya, 53 kg, has qualified. Unfortunately, I don't know. I think. Let me use the regular word that Nigeria MPFL coaches will use. Mercy Genesis lost concentration at some point because she narrowly missed out of qualifications 5-7 in a 5-7 defeat to Nada Medani Ashwa Abdallah of Egypt in 50 kg class. I saw the fight and I was like, at the point I was almost like, Mercy, please concentrate now. Watch. She's about to pin you and stuff. And then before you know it, it happened, and Nada gained the 2 points and that was it, So she lost concentration, according to MPFO coaches. So we have 5 Nigerians from wrestling who have qualified for the Olympics coming up. Women. Now, Nigeria male freestyle wrestlers, they will hope to join their female counterpart to secure Olympic slots when they take on to the mat today. It should be ongoing. I will see if I can get the update for us. Let me ask you a very significant question to hear what you think. Sport in Nigeria, leave it for the women. Give them their flowers. The men are just not good enough. That wasn't a question, by the way. I wanted to make that a question, but it came off the way it came off.
No, it's okay.
Ajunwa, who won gold for Nigeria at the 1996 Atlanta Olympics in long jump. Thank you very much, Cyril Damwite. Make we allow you go breathe more after coming back from church.
Well, something I realized. I want us to know something.
Yeah.
The African Games that took place in Ghana. I don't know how many Nigerians watched that competition, but remember in the 400 meters or 4x100 meters event, there was an incident that happened, which I'm not too sure the federal government of Nigeria is taking note of and trying to leverage on. There was a javelin event going on, medals award ceremony going on by the side, while this 4x100 meters event was going on, was to take off. There was on the marks, and they played the Nigerian national anthem for a javelin award. And the Nigerian athlete that was ready on his marks to take off stood up and sang the national anthem to the end. And the organizers waited for him to finish with the national anthem before they started the race. That speaks volume.
Interesting.
And I don't know whether we are taking advantage of that, or whether the government even did watch to see it. Yes, we are in very difficult times, precarious and whatever. But then he believes in the country to say, my event because I want to honor the country. That's one major highlight for Nigerians. both in and out, at the African Games there. We should imbibe that spirit. And I don't know if I were to be among those who give award.
And I want to believe that she probably wasn't sure of the consequence, because I mean, at that point, you could be disqualified or something, but she probably wasn't sure that the organizers were going to give her the leverage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was ready. It's okay. Well, if you have to disqualify me, my country. Yeah. So I think for me, that was the major highlight at the African Games after 59 or so, nearly 60 years. That was for me the major highlight, and I just hope that those authorities will leverage on this one and try to teach everybody how significant that event was at the African Games just concluded at in Ghana. That for me was touching, and if we can leverage on it, I'm very sure it will be to the advantage of the country and to everybody who is a Nigerian. You're born in Nigeria, a diaspora. Give a thought to your country.
Thank you very much, Cyril, for bringing that to our notice. Quite impressive and, of course, quite passionate right there. Thank you very much, and thank you for spending time to talk to us.
Well, I give you guys my best, and I'm sure that the best is enough.
The best is always good enough, provided it's coming from you on this show. All right, that was a conversation with Cyril Dumwite, who is a veteran sport journalist. 1700000951 and 08109510 Are you impressed with Nigeria's performance at the just concluded Africa Games, and how impressive have you been with the Nigeria Wrestling Federation being led by Daniel Igali these days? I mean, they finished at the Africa Games. They had plethora of gold medals. They left. They went to Egypt. They had plethora of gold medals. They left. They went to the Africa-Oceania Olympics qualifier. And here we are, 4 Nigeria wrestlers and female delivered. Hi, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, hi, Lance. Good afternoon. Yeah, you fixed it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Reliance.
Yeah.
I am not too happy with the performance at the All African Games yesterday. Yes, like the rest of your colleagues said, some of them said, well, it is what it is. It has come and gone. But look, the gap between Egypt and Nigeria is just too much. It's just too much. I mean, there's no way to bridge it. This kind of thing can be attributed to, like what we say, nonchalant, study preparation, and and all the rest. You continue to say we are not intentional about our sporting activity. Like Daniel Igali, who had made, that wrestling federation, who had made us proud. Cooking a lot of code that has, make the medal table, our medal table so swollen. It is a good thing, and it is not just coming from the Nigeria Federation. It is deliberate effort by this man. This man, he is a man that knows the sport. He knows the in and out of it, and he has been all out to see that that federation, is taken to the radar. And when we come to talk of that, the other sporting areas are not taken care of. They are not well taken care of. Like the people who continue to say that the people that are at the helm of affairs are not doing well. They are not sports. It is one thing to be a sportsman, and another thing to have that hunger, that thirst, that crazy desire to bring up those federations, the various federations to the fore. That is the only thing. It's not just you can somebody, even if I'm not a sportsman now, I can okay, this is my own country. I want my country to come up to do something so that, I mean, it is far from being a sportsman. Just deliberate effort, that intentionality to make sure you galvanize people, you put in the right people in the right places, you start for people. This is what we are lacking here. In most cases, now look at the past time, like in 1999 we had, and now look at I mean, clear decline. We are declining in the medal table, especially in the goal leader. If not Oboro Dudu and the rest of them, the female aspect that we are doing us far. Nothing, and when it comes to talk about the boxing area, it's good. They've tried. I mean, it's even more. You know, when it comes to going to the riverside, it's even more. It has this kind of cost than even those people are just by the riverside. So the river more afraid than he is. I mean, this is not good of it. Like the swimming area has so many places. You have so many areas where we can explore gold medals in this world. At least 15 gold medals should come from there. But I mean, it is unheard. One gold medal, we don't even have a gold medal. All to Egypt. No, it is not. I'm not too happy about the thing. Somebody said we had one more gold. We had one more gold compared to the previous time. That is not an achievement. No, a count of 200. I agree with what the Congo that said we are country of more than 200 million, and we need to do more than this. And even if we have 50 goals in previous time, we should add more 10 or 15. That is how we show improvement in our sporting this area. So we should do more. We should be intentional. We should be deliberate about all these things. We shouldn't go back and sleep and say no. The African game is after this time. No, we should start now and
walk toward the next edition.
Yes, to work for the next edition. Thank you very much, sir. You guys are doing very well.
Thank you very much, Tony Hosford. We do appreciate you. You're equally doing very well. Always been there to listen to us and also calling in to share your thoughts on the matter being discussed. Thank you. We do appreciate that. Keep the reactions coming through SMS and WhatsApp portal as well. 0701 933 9962. And also, I'm equally asking for you. Is Toby Amuson by far the best ever athlete Nigeria has produced, or she needs to win an Olympic gold just like Choma Jonwa did in 1996? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Noko
from Rumigbo.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think concerning your first question, if the athletes, if they have done well, I think they've tried. But because it's not their fault, they've tried their best. But their best, if you put together for the kind of country we are, we're supposed to do more than that. The challenge, like I asked you before, how do they regroup all these athletes? Because sport is an age-grade competition. People will grow and reach a certain stage of age, which they can compete against. How do they replace them? We talk of the likes of making a cabaret and what have you. One thing leads to the other is not there for now. And somebody needs to replace. How do they regroup them? Because in those days, I used to hear a lot of competition. Swimming competition, different to a company, different to organization. They organize something, they say this is the person that's going to say things. You have both in football, Chairman's Cup, local government cup, this and this tournament for race and 100 meters. But a lot of things, when those people emerge, then I bring them out to, just like the person you spoke with was saying, who will fish them out. And the government and the company will start again, they don't have time. Everything is just like a secret. You don't even know how they recruit. I never had a time they said the open camp for swimming. That one we born with. We are talented on that one. We don't suppose, nobody supposed to unstick us on the swimming table. we are all swimmers as far as that part is concerned. We swim river. What are they swimming in a just a place called a swimming pool in the Olympic, Africa game or whatever? Is that what compared to what we did here? We'll die for free. We'll die for fun. For just for somebody to harness his skill, they change that inborn talent to a skill to say, do like this, do like this. This is the skill that is required for swimming. But no competition for that. People swim for free. People just swim for fun. And at the end of the day, you hear we are going to Olympic. We are going to somewhere. I keep on asking, how do they recruit these people that represent us? Because as far as I'm concerned, with due respect to them, we have a lot of talented athletes that are in the streets of three local of Nigeria. On notice, nobody notices them. Of which, if they give them a chance, they will do a lot. So the sport ministers, they should wake up. The companies, the organizations, the individuals should wake up because since 1999, apart from the one that left, the sport minister that left, that did a sponsor athlete or sponsor one a sports person or adopt one stadium, something like that initiative. That was the only person that tried a little. The rest is just there for political purposes. I've not seen their initiative. I've not seen their blueprint of this is how we want to develop sports in the country. When you engage people in something like sports, which it brings in money, and apart from bringing in money, at least it engage those people, it takes away the chance they're supposed to commit crime or do something else. And this sport is for young people. But as far as I'm concerned, the government have not done enough. The people that are concerned are not done enough. Apart from you, the media, that speaks now already. If you ask a lot of people in the street, they don't know anything called all African game. I was in a place yesterday when I got to that place. I told them, 4 days ago, I told them to turn on their television to a particular channel that I want to watch All Africa. They say, what is the All African game? In a place that they might up a very big place. The little that we know is because of you guys on radio. Make us know about it. That is the level that we are going backwards in sports. We keep going backwards. Because we are, if the sports people in Nigeria are every year in every corner. Well, how do we, the coppers and we Peter Julius Zakarua? They were policemen, but they make Nigeria proud in sport at the end of the day. At the very young age, I was a ball boy in 1999 when Nigeria hosted Nigeria 99. In the year 2000, I was already in the Gomstars Academy. Because of people, they watch me, they follow me around. I was the talk of the town in Calabar in those days. They say, that guy. Before you know, because there was a competition every year in Calabar. Where I grew up, where we played football, we do sports, table tennis and what have you. But now all those things die out. Everything is about politics. So the people that manage this thing, they really need to wake up because it will come to a time that we don't even have 10 medals. It is gradually going down instead to go up. The same thing is football. So the people that are in charge of this in the sports minister, the government should also have initiative. When they have budget, they also have budget for sports. They also have budget in sports development. If I ask somebody, for instance, now, where is a table tennis club? There is nowhere to be found. Where is basketball club in Nigeria? The people in Nigeria are here. Why can't we develop them to represent the country to start from here? I think that's my question for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate you for weighing in on the conversation. No further copy from Rumimo. By the way, there's the Rivers Hoopers Basketball Club in Nigeria. They are participating at the ongoing Basketball Africa League. As for tennis, otherwise known as lawn tennis, well, maybe that one is nowhere to be found because there's not much I can talk about it. Even the court that we have there over in town is nothing to write home about. I don't even want to mention the one. Yeah, I don't even want.
I want to know because you said in town. Do you mean in town? Like if you go towards town?
No, there is one around
that Polo Club side now.
I think Polo Club. I think there is one around Shark Stadium.
That's back Polo Club side now.
No,
that's not Shark Stadium.
Sharks Club is in town.
Sharks is in town. Polo Club, the GRA.
Okay, GRA.
Wow. So I think there's one around Shark Stadium. Polo Club, I don't know about that one. There is one at Uniport. I did.
That's 2 after the post.
Okay. So maybe maybe those ones are nothing to write. I didn't even want to mention the ones that are okay. Messi Marca Stadium.
That also in the post.
Relax, we're joking.
That one is a forgotten project.
Not on that.
Funnily enough, the Adoke Messi Marca Stadium is a complete facet for a football stadium. So it's a complete facet for a stadium, not just a football stadium. That thing, they make
like
a
sports complex.
A sports complex. Lawn tennis, otherwise known as tennis, anyone you want to call it. Basketball, volleyball. It is there.
But if you go there, don't worry.
If you go there. The only football stadium.
Relax.
Relax.
Relax. You just won't see the entrance. If you just see the entrance, you drive into the stadium. You're just disappointed.
They don't kidnap you. Honestly, because I think I shared this experience once ago that there was, I think it was a CAF game. I think Ghana Confederation Cup also for Rivers United, and when I entered, I went there. Was on a Sunday, yeah? I went there from a convention I had somewhere around a greater. So afterward, I was like, let me move straight to the stadium. I went there. I picked a cab. And I told the cabman follow one other entrance. I was like, why are you following here? He said, the other side is the same one. They never opened the other gates. The side of the other gate. And that's the main entrance. They said they never opened that gate. So they never opened that gate. Say, yeah, they say move follow. Obviously, the man has carried somebody down there before. So, okay, no wahala. He can't go drop me for gate. Our car, I enter. I track. I enter stadium. I just track. I enter from that gate. I bust out no, not training. Not training pitch. Training pitch they inside. So I bust out the swimming pool.
Okay.
From the swimming pool, I enter volleyball. Then I cut out. Can't come off for that T junction before I can enter towards the main pool. No wahala. Match finish. Coming back, I had to join Swan Bus. So for some reasons, once I step into the bus, I depressed my phone. I think there's this update I was making, so I was busy putting up together the update and stuff. And so as I carry my face up, I see bush everywhere. Like I look left, I see bush. I look right, I say, where am I? They don't carry me going,
Don't carry me go, I don't know. Oh my God.
Just I was like, where is this? They say you there stadium now. I said no. No, I don't understand. I had to look for something. If not that I was with colleagues like my colleagues that I for don't fear shout inside the car.
Actually, my first time I went to stadium, I thought that same part.
Relax, when the first time I went to the stadium, can I remember the first game I watched in that stadium or the first? I know it was a Rivers United game, but I can't remember the actual game. Relax. You know what I say? I was so disappointed. It was disappointing. Then I just into the drive-in and all that stuff. Decided to walk in, just stop by the entrance, just walk in. I was just being greeted by cow dog. It's so funny. So busy, when you decide to just now, sometimes you can just walk from the area. You're just always looking at the ground. But when I just step on top cow, then even just the surroundings alone, it looks so if it looks. I don't know if I can say this, but relax. If they want to kill somebody, then you
I don't know if Rivers State government don't know that the Santiago Bernabeu, that's the Real Madrid stadium, you can go there, spend about a week. Yeah. You pay good amount of euros, spend a week there for sightseeing, everything.
Some people host board meetings. Some people do board meetings there. They're not interested in the football they are playing. They just rent one of the luxury boxes and do their meetings. I don't
know if they don't know that this is source of revenue. Eventually it was the other. I think there's another gate. So it was. So when I entered, it was track. Now I take enter.
As you come on a bush.
No, as I come out, even like that gate now. We are there for the enter gate. You won't pathway. Maybe the pathway. Now I see bush this side. I see bush this side. I always scream for my life.
That's a job. When I missed this one bus, when I was going to follow Eval, I missed this one bus, so I had to follow the.
You always miss something. You always miss.
This boy's waka.
I stopped at the. Listen, wait, it's the place you reach. You say, I'm sure I'm going following to the right track because I was so confused.
You on your Google map
everywhere, like,
just to be sure where you are.
They show me at the show. Like it was so confusing that at the spot you're supposed to follow, there's no space for you to pass through. Like I have to start making calls. I called Doc as cookie. I called Val. I have to be sure that this is starting. I'm coming to. Like I was so confused. It's so bad. It's terrible. That place is terrible. Please.
Something the stadium can be made better. Anyways, that's a topic for another day, which we're surely going to have. But that just had to come in because no photocopy from Remy we talked about the lawn tennis, club and all that. So we had to start mentioning courts where we have places where we have lawn tennis courts. Hi, good afternoon.
My friend was you advertise that already. and you do like Nicodemus.
I know they advertise anything. I just talk with it. I'm sharing my life experience. I'm sharing my life experience.
You'll be part of us. Don't do this.
Sell West, I'm sharing my life experience, so you don't run. I'm sharing my life experience, and just saying, well, honestly speaking, something ought to be done. I mean, first off, Adoke is bigger than the Godswill Akpabi International Stadium to start with.
After the National Stadium
in
Abuja,
Lagos, yeah.
In Abuja, that is the largest. Then in Surulere, based on capacity, Adoke
should be the next. It's bigger than the Godswill Akpabi International Stadium, funnily enough. That's what many people don't know. And it can give you... So, yes, I know the construction wasn't the best, when you look at the pillars, because, no construct stadium and have pillars. It doesn't make good for media, for coverage. If you wait to sit down, you go to Dutch pool, they watch waiting they happen. But yeah, let's ignore that for a moment. And then let's look at how close the stands are to the field. So if you want that kind of home support that Mikel Arteta is always calling for, and tell Arsenal fans, come, we are playing Liverpool, come, give us that crowd. You go to Anfield, and Anfield is called a slaughter ground because the fans, the jeer, the cheers, everything will swallow you. You go to Santiago Bernabeu. Adoke Messi Marca Stadium can give that kind of atmosphere because the stands are somewhat close to the main pitch. You can have that kind of prestigious project and don't take care of it and don't keep it at the optimal best and don't exploit it, so to speak, and use it to the advantage of the state. That's just by the way, but we're definitely going to have that conversation someday. So keep the reactions coming through. On the other part I'm asking is, Toby Amoson, by far the best athlete Nigeria has produced based on the achievement that she has had, or she must win an Olympic gold medal before she is given that flower. 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951. Those are the 4 numbers to call to be part of the conversation. Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, hi, Lance.
Turn your house for?
Yeah. As if we said it all. Because she's the highest medalist when it comes to track event. Is it track? No.
Yeah, that's track and field.
Yeah, track and field.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Even though she has not won the gold medal, she's the highest. Yeah, just like you said earlier. Like winning the World Cup, then that track and field event. She's the high today. I agree. She's the high. Yes, when it comes to that track and field event is the highest one.
Okay.
Relax, I just want to say something about this or dilapidated this in just 1 minute. You know, but there's nothing wrong in this. Probably to score or to engineer those people at the helm of affairs to do something. Like you remember City Center. This should be the best when it comes to yes. That in the 80s it used to be the best, but I don't know. I've not gone there for some time. That place now, when I last went there, the place is growing up with weeds, and you know, even lunatics now took over the place, and there were these dogs, you know, so many things. And we are grown everywhere. That's not the best, and that's what we're saying. Just like a attitude, yes, they are given to our sports ministry and all the rest. So something has to be done about it, and so
it is the flutter. So I think Olympic game is the highest. I don't think she's the best. For now, Chioma Ajunwa, who has won a gold medal, Mary Onyali, who has won the bronze, and Falela Ogunkoye. Falela Ogunkoye, you know, that one, I think she won the bronze too at the Olympics. I think those people.
So, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. In 1996 Atlanta, Nigeria won gold in football, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, is that satisfying to know that Nigeria has not won a World Cup? We lost you there. We lost connection with you there, rather. We lost connection with you. Do well to call back. So the question I want to ask is it satisfying that Nigeria won gold at Atlanta 1996 in football, but the country is yet to win a World Cup, which is a major footballing event? Own sport in a competition that is just precisely for your own sports, like World Cup for football, Africa Wrestling Championship. Good afternoon. If you got the question, or maybe I should repeat what I said.
He said we won Olympic game.
Yeah, Olympic in football events, 1996 Atlanta. Nigeria won gold in football, right?
I'm aware.
Now, I'm asking, is it satisfying that the 1996 football event, but it's yet to win a World Cup?
No, you are a sports journalist. If you cannot compare World Cup to Olympics, gold medal, because if you look at the Olympic gold medal, it's under 23. You understand? It's under 23 that plays that tournament, not the real...
not the senior team.
So they call that kind of this is championship. It's not World Cup. You understand? So World Cup is higher. World Cup is the highest football tournament. Though all those European Championship, they are trying to hide their, this thing. If not, World Cup is the highest.
Okay, so
you can play in that World Cup tournament.
So if World Cup is the highest, which is can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
So if World Cup is the highest in football, right? Don't you think that the World Athletics Championship, which is a tournament for highest in athletics, compared to the Olympics?
It cannot be. It cannot be, because when you look at the way they organize that World Champion, they call it World Championship.
World Athletic Championship.
But the other one is but the other one is Olympic game. It's just like World Sports Tournament. I think when you look at Olympic committee, they have people who are in charge of that. They supersede any other championship. Like if you are playing with this World Championship, the people who are in the Olympic committee, they supersede the World Championship committee. Yes. So Olympic is the highest.
Okay.
It's the highest world sports
for athletics.
So, and when you want to compare that Olympic gold medal to all age, even though you're 19, you can showcase yourself. Come out. Okay. You understand?
Right.
So you cannot compare that gold medal to World Cup. So never even play quarterfinal for World Cup. Can't talk of have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir West, for joining us via the phone lines. The phone line, that is, we do appreciate you. Keep the reactions coming through as we make way to discuss football on the show. And then in a bit, we'll let you in on what's happening from the Nigerian scene of things. That's talking about football as Match Day 27 returned to our screens in the Nigeria Premier Football League. By the way, Toby Amoson is also a hat-trick winner in Diamond League 2021, 2022, 2023, back to back to back. So hat-trick in Diamond League, hat-trick in Africa Games. All right, let's talk football now. Like I said, Pep Guardiola has been labeled a liar. And just before we go into the detail of that, Carlos Sainz led Charles Leclerc as Ferrari sealed a 1-2 at the Australian Grand Prix following the early retirement of world champion leader Max Verstappen. Verstappen was attempting to equal his own record 10-race winning streak as he started from pole position in Melbourne, but completed only 3 laps before the brakes on his Red Bull caught fire and forced him out of the contest. Sainz returning to action, having missed the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix due to his undergoing appendix surgery, little more than 2 weeks earlier, took full advantage of the opportunity as he calmly controlled the race from the front to stay clear of Leclerc. The Spaniard, who ended Verstappen's record streak in Singapore last year, is the only driver other than the Dutchman to have won any of the last 21 F1 races. Lando Norris took third to claim his first podium of the season ahead of McLaren teammate Oscar Piastri, while Verstappen's Red Bull teammate Sergio Perez was unable to apply pressure to the leaders as he took 5th. So let's look at the first 10. Carlos Sainz won the race. Charles Leclerc came in second. Lando Norris was third. Oscar Piastri fourth. Sergio Perez 5th. Lance Stroll, of Aston Martin 6th. Yuki Tsunoda 7th. Fernando Alonso 8th. Nico Hülkenberg 9th, and Kevin Magnussen complete the top 10. So technical faults, and Max Verstappen wasn't the winner of the Australian Grand Prix. Could this mark the beginning of the struggle for Red Bull? Odia.
It will mark the beginning of a struggle for Red Bull, but it signifies that they need to work on their cars or their machines. And you see, this is the first time in 2 years Max Verstappen retires from a game, and it does give a sign that what is Red Bull doing at this point to make their cars more efficient to these racers, because you won't be in a match. And you know how Max Verstappen is. He last Grand Prix, he was one of the top dogs in his finishing top, beating do justice to this matter, because it will be very, very difficult or very, very shameful to see this kind of thing happen.
What did you notice?
No Mercedes. It was easy, like, you look at, you see, there's no Mercedes in top 10. I mean, even somebody that is like everybody, the blind can see it, the deaf can hear it. Like, there was no Mercedes, so it's as simple as that.
Hey.
So, like,
okay,
that's just it.
No Mercedes. Let's get back to football now.
And for Verstappen, it's just a blip. It's just a blip. They'll correct the brake issue. The next Grand Prix, Verstappen will win again. He clears everywhere, and we continue.
All right, João Cancelo has reportedly delivered an explosive rant against his parents' club, Manchester City, in which he accuses manager Pep Guardiola of telling lies. The Portuguese international is currently on a season-long loan at Barcelona after spending the second half of last year at Bayern Munich. Reports had suggested that Guardiola was unhappy with Cancelo's reaction to being dropped from City's starting 11 during their treble-winning season. However, in an interview with Portuguese publication Abola, the 29-year-old has taken exceptions to Guardiola's claims. He said, "Lies were told. I've never been a bad teammate for them, and you can ask either Nathan Ake or Rico Lewis. I don't have any superiority or inferiority complex towards them. but that's the manager's opinion. I stayed because it's not true. I think Man City were a bit ungrateful to me when they said that, because I was a very important player in the years I was there. I never failed in my commitment to the club, to the fans, and I always gave everything. I remember a time when I was robbed and attacked, and the next day I was playing at the Emirates against Arsenal. These are things you don't get, you don't forget. I left my wife and daughter alone at home, terrified. People will only remember this because Mr. Guardiola has much more power than me when he says something, and I prefer to keep to myself. And of course, Cancelo insisted that he wishes everything goes well at City, but also asked that he made the right choice to leave on loan in January despite missing out on the treble. He said, certain things dictated that I was loaned last year to Bayern Munich. I have no regret. Even if City won the Champions League, I feel like I made the right choice, that I went to a club that really wanted me. Even before renewing my contract, it was a club that gave me a lot in the 6 months I was there. Let's get back to the conversation. Let's start from here, Henry. First off, how important was João Cancelo at City? Let's start from there.
Could you have imagined the City lineup without João Cancelo in it at a point in time? It's literally impossible. It was unfathomable. But I mean, last season, when even the man started getting dropped, we all felt... I remember one day we were in the office watching a City game. Was it the game against Newcastle where they did come back from 2 goals down to draw 2-2 and were like, Cancelo not being in this starting lineup probably has fallen out with Pep. I remember somebody blaring out that statement, and I was like, yeah, that's a possibility, because you can have somebody that's been an integral part of a team for like 3 seasons plus, and I mean, you regard him as one of the best fullbacks in the league or in world football at the moment, and all of a sudden he's getting dropped or he's not getting regular game time. What's the reason? You can't say. And it's not like the person being put in his place in Nathan Ake is quote unquote a better fullback. Ake is even deemed or seen more as a centre back as things stand at the moment. So yes, he can deputize in that role, but he isn't the best at that role, or in that role you feel his best position, or you do see his best position is actually as a centre back, and you have a player like Cancelo that you just had to find a way to accommodate. You had him and Kyle Walker being your first choice or being your 2 options at right back, but because of how good the man became or how influential he was for that team, you had to find a way to accommodate him and play him in the left back position. Even at a point, Kyle Walker was even getting dropped in games in order to accommodate Cancelo as the right back position at certain points in time. So I don't know, it's actually baffling how that happened or how it happened, but see, Cancelo was very important, very integral to City winning titles at a point in time. It's sad that he wasn't there or he couldn't be part of the treble winning team, because I felt he deserved it. But if it's about being integral or being important, Cancelo was important to Pep's Manchester City at a point in time. I mean, was it the season before the treble winning season? He was going to toe with arguably 2 left backs, the 2 best full backs in the season, where in the Premier League when it comes to goal outputs, goal contribution outputs, in Trent Alexander-Arnold and Robertson. He was going to them in their numbers. He was that influential and that important to a Manchester City side at a point in time. So if it's about importance, definitely João Cancelo was high up there at a point in time. But like, you know, a side like City, the money is there and quality is there. So a player tends to be missing or be out of the game or out of the team for a while. It wouldn't be really felt. Even the fact that Kevin De Bruyne is felt, even for the fact that Kevin De Bruyne is felt, even when he's absent, City still churn out results. They still get the victories. Yes, there are some key moments you might miss him or you will miss him, but at the end of the day, they were already in the title race before De Bruyne came back, weren't they? He just came back and he just adds spice to everything and makes you think that, okay, with De Bruyne back, it's almost definite that City will go all the way, or they will be the ones to lift the English Premier League trophy.
Where do we draw the line, Chooks, on where or on how a manager speaks about a player and the player's response to what the manager said?
Sincerely, we can draw the line, because I feel, it's down to the media and how they twist the questions. You can't actually ask the media what, or tell the media man how to ask you the questions. It depends on the situation. We saw the incident between Ronaldo and Jamie Pierce. You see the incident between Sancho and Eric Ten Hag, and you have seen many incidents that happen. We saw the incident between Ateta and Aubameyang. So there are many incidents that happen, but it depends on how the question is being presented to the person in question. I feel there's no way you can actually dodge questions from the media. It's just going to be on how we expect the answers to be made. Because I feel, could Pep actually handle this well? I don't think so, because we have seen Pep actually grow, or he has made his team look bigger than any player when the players started misbehaving. We saw Pep with Aguero. We saw Mercurial Aguero before the arrival of Pep. We saw how Aguero was like the key man for Pep and for Man City. And all of a sudden, boom, it came to be that Pep decided to start using Kelechi Iheanacho ahead of Pep, ahead of Aguero. Iheanacho scored in the debut game. Fast forward to 2 years later, Aguero is being played, bringing us an impact sub. You trusted more on Gabriel Jesus. This same Jesus, obviously, the next 2 years, he's now sold to Arsenal. So I think the man has now made his team look like a system that he just actually have to trust on the player to give it, or make the player too important to the title-winning teams. Because I feel we clamored for De Bruyne. I think you say at some point De Bruyne was made as the most important thing for Man City, but at some point De Bruyne was injured for a while, and you saw how Man City grinded out results with the likes of Ike Gundogan, Fernandinho, and Rodri in that midfield role. Bernardo Silva at some point was made like a little messy, but he was thrown to the bench. Riyad Mahrez was brought in from Leicester City, talk of the town and the rest and everything, but at some point he was dropped to the bench. So I feel Pep is not the man that depends on players, and that's the issue. Some players feel, sometimes it's a right for a player to actually pass based on the performance you have been doing, or the kind of the kinds of records or the kinds of stats you have been churning out for the last 4 to 3 games. So prior to that point in time, I'll agree ahead that Cancelo was a mainstay in the team. You can't actually rule it out. It was mainstay, but we saw how it was gradually phasing out. Pep decided to start using Ake over the man, and will you say it's wrong or right? It's down to the coach's discretion. Because I feel at some point you know that this player is what you want to use. We saw Eric Ten Hag. Joseph Mourinho did it with the Pogba. He knows Pogba was better than McTominay, but the man bent on using McTominay, so he can't actually say this is the player the coach should use. It's bent on the coach's decision. So I feel I won't blame the player for coming out to blast the coach, but it should be done the line can't be drawn. It's going to be down to the question being thrown at the players.
Okay.
Yes, I think for this, everybody, both parties, just shut up. Nobody wants to hear the story. But surprisingly, the media will actually poke to try and hear the story because it's news. Everybody feeds off news. That's what the media wants. But I think the best thing is just keep quiet. Whatever happened inside. It's as simple as that. You don't need to come out and say somebody's a liar. You don't need to come out and blame somebody for something. He probably not. Look, the funny thing is we are not there. The only people that can tell the true story are the City players. I don't even think Pep or even Cancelo come out and play everything, the full picture to you. It has to be.
That's why he made reference. He said, "Go and ask Nathan Ake and Rico Lewis."
I know when you're asking the City players, you have to have those that will give you the objective, that will give you the clear objective or give you the clear answer of everything that actually happened. Because Cancelo will definitely have friends in that City side. I can't imagine asking Ruben Diaz what he thought of the whole situation. These are compatriots, people who knew each other. All from their days in Portugal and in Benfica before Diaz came to Man City and Cancelo came to Man City. So, I mean, there could be some bias on Diaz's own tail of the whole thing. But look, like I did say, it has to be the City players to actually give us a clear insight into what actually happened, or someone within the team who was very close to the players or what to actually tell us what happened, but bad or sour. Was when Cancelo was actually loaned out. I think that was when it was. I knew in my heart that yes, I knew it was bad before then, but I knew that there's no remedying the crack. The crack has actually turned wide open. Like it's beyond the crack now. It's not like a gully or whatever you want to classify it as. So I don't know. Maybe players, coaches, they need to watch what they do say outside in the media. As much as media questions can be provoking. We do wish to ask provoking questions, but like as much as for the sanity of things, sometimes you might just have to keep quiet.
Ovie, what are the chances that sometimes coaches can paint their response toward a particular player that they've had a fallout with? Probably it could be their own fault, but they just want to paint it to the player and pin it on the player because they have the power to either sell the player or loan the player out. What are the chances of this happening?
There's every chance of that happening. You have a player and then you see your fallout with the player, and then again to save your reputation or to just keep things on a minimum and not have a fallout with the rest of the players, you just paint it to the media that it was this player's fault. So then there's the whole media, the whole attention is on him, and then you just try and just lay back a little. So there's every chance that any coach could do this, but then again, I feel that this isn't the right way that you should go about with things, painting it on the people, because no matter how much you want to paint it to the media, it's not what the media sees in front that they want, it's what's behind that's happening. That's what the media is going to chase. So even if you come out front, telling them it's the players' fault, no, they don't want that one. They will take it, but that's not the juice of the story. That's not where the spice is. They go behind the scenes and take what is really happening, and then they bring it to light. So it's just best to just come out with it, what's happening. Try and settle the inbuild the fire. Try and put out the fire before it turns into burns the whole forest.
It turns into what is it called? There's this fire disaster. Oga said a fire disaster. Oga, too much about that, don't chop your brain. Oga said a fire disaster. That about the way they watch this. So there's this fire disaster that happens in the deserts in most of the times, and we do see it during what do you call it? Harmattan season. You can just go. Wildfire. Yeah. So before it turns into a wildfire, just quench it. Now, the reason why I'm building this conversation or asking these questions is we've seen in football where there've been player coach Tozo. Young Chooks highlighted few. Ateta Aubameyang. In the end, Ateta was sold. Aubameyang was sold. Aubameyang was very important to Arteta's Arsenal. He said, Ten Hag, Jadon Sancho. We still sitting on top that one. Ten Hag, Ronaldo. We don't pass. We don't pass that one. What did you mention again? Mane and
Young Klopp.
No, Mane didn't have issue with Klopp. Mane didn't have issue in club. I thought I wanted to say Mane and Tuchel, but it wasn't Mane and Tuchel. It was rather Mane and Sani. Maybe because there's a rhyme in their name, they decided to Mourinho and Pogba. In the end, Pogba won. That one, the player will win. Mourinho out. You know right. So, in most of the cases, coaches will always win. I think in even equal circumstances, players do get to win, because in the end, they will say a coach can be sacrificed, and when the player has succeeded in gathering allies, they come plenty. Piam, coach don't work out. So that's why I'm building this conversation. What if the coaches will just come to the media and say things in their favor? Now, the issue just unveiling about Pep and Cancelo, it's a bit similar to Ten Hag and Sancho, because Sancho said, don't believe what this man is saying. He dey lie on top of my head. The only difference is that
Sancho don't agree. Don't apologize now.
The only difference here is that Cancelo is saying his own after he had left the club.
He's still a Man City player.
Obviously, he's not going to continue at City. Obviously, he's not going to continue. Yes, he's on loan. He's coming back, to City. And we hear report that Barca are looking at, making the deal permanent.
Yeah.
But it's still a Man City. But obviously, it will continue unless Pep come out. Unless Pep come out. You get. So that's the only difference. Sancho day in own room for Manchester. No mind that money they lie. But Cancelo won't be saying, he don't come out go and say, that man lie him they lie. So it's a similar scenario. What if sometimes coaches just come and say things to the media, a fallout that may have been orchestrated by them, and they'll just come out to the media and pen things because at that point they have the superior powers over the player in terms of deciding whether he plays, he stays, or he doesn't, or he's being loaned out. That's why I'm building this conversation. You want to say something?
I feel it's now down to the what they call the coaching management on how he manage players. I feel, my answer on that Ole Gunnar section, you say it wasn't the best United, but the man actually handled players to the best of their potentials. I would say at that period in time, we saw Pogba played one of the best football he actually played since he left Juventus. It was okay. Fast forward to after Ole left the club, we saw what's his name again? Guy pressing. What's his name? Is it Yes, Ragnick.
Ragnick didn't have any issue.
He don't have an issue with the player. We saw Fred played one of the best football under Ragnick. And you say what happened to Fred under Jose Mourinho, who actually bought him? We saw Mourinho said Shaw was fat and blah 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 and the rest. Is it trying to? I think a coach knows when to push the button and he knows when to remove the buttons. Mourinho said something about Dele Alli. At that point, we saw after some games played or games happened, Dele Alli started picking up the points, picking up the games, started picking up forms, and performance increased. And we said, okay, this one was a good motivational quote towards Dele Alli, but it can't actually dampen or tamper with the mindset of a player and expect the player not to retaliate. It's not going to be possible. Pogba and Mourinho, I think that should be the one that should escalate, because I feel Mourinho knew that Pogba was in that United midfield role. He couldn't do without Pogba. But since Pogba had already made that small tweak, he has to just sacrifice the player. Mauricio Sarri versus Kepa Arrizabalaga. See, there's no coach in this world that don't have that tamper issue or doesn't know when to do that kind of sort of play along with medias. It's not going to be possible. Alonso, I think, is it Alonso where is it Tuchel that had the issue with Alonso where he played out of position against Roma in the Champions League, and Alonso was like, this is not the kind of position I actually want to play. I know that suddenly the Keller was, I can't remember the coach. I think his coaches, I'm trying to mix up things with the coaches. Well, the point is, the coaches know when to play the button. That's the simple truth. They know when to push the button, because I know the media is almost at my own favor, or I know when to play with the media. And questions will always come at you. It's not going to, you can't mix up questions. At some point, you have to say, okay, let me play, or let me save the player's head. At some point, you say, let me open the player's head, because it's now down to your own team management role, because it's the sacrifice or the gun point you will put to your head. It's the truth.
Okay.
See, like I see, it's about people stop acting like babies. One, both coaches, both players stop acting like babies. You're dealing with human beings. You're dealing with people with different personalities. Now, as much as we watch them on the screen, some of the people you see on your screen, you do not want to emulate their personal life or their characters. In real life, they're not people you want to keep as role models. As much as you watch them or see them on the screens, as simple as that. I always advise people, do not make a sportsman your role model. You can actually admire the way he plays on the field or on the court and want to replicate that, but do not make that person a role model in your life, because they are human beings like you, and a lot of them have, will you say, poor principles or morals when it comes to life. Now, Pogba and Mourinho, it could have just been Mourinho calling Pogba in and reprimanding him for something he did that was wrong, and he'll feel, why should I get reprimanded? You've seen characters, you come across characters like that on your in your daily life. It could be something very similar. Now, in a situation whereby you are played in a position you do not like, why go to the press to talk? I always say to play. I always ask myself, why go to press to talk? I mean, yes, in the past, it used to happen earlier in the 80s, in the 90s. Coaches and footballers do fall out, but a footballer will actually go to his coach first and talk. You can walk into your coach's office the next day in training and say, Coach, Gaffer, I don't like the position. Why do you keep playing me there? Please, I want more explanation. I want to know your reason behind that. The coach talks to you once or twice, tries to convince you. If you don't feel convinced, then you tell him, I don't feel convinced about it or don't like it. Please, can I be sold or can I be let go of? If my role is not changed, maybe drop me to the bench or you sell me. It's as simple as that. Nothing needs to come out to the media. You don't need to start blowing everything out of bro.
You see, you have seen
Sometimes it's just sometimes it's just easy communication, simple communication, simple communication. Even both from the coaches and from the players. Ten Hag was asked about Sancho. He could have just kept quiet about Sancho and just let everything pass. No, but yes, it will come and Sancho has been punished. But as long as the man did not say anything, Sancho will not come and say, Baba, you lie. This is my lie. So I don't go agree. I will not apologize. It's something very simple. Now, like I did say, it's about dealing with players or human beings, even the coaches on their own parts, with different people with different personalities. Let's not forget a lot of these coaches were also footballers at a point in time in their life. So like I said, do you actually want to make some of them role models based on how they act or how they behave? Now, in the sense of which one is dispensable, it's about which one the club feels is more important at that point or at a point in time. You mentioned Pep. See, Pep is all and all in Man City now. Man City's most successful era or most successful coach is Pep Guardiola. It's as simple as that. So I look at even Kevin De Bruyne and Pep Guardiola. If I'm the CEO, if I'm Sheikh Mansour, who do I have to let go if both of them have fracas? Kevin, go. You can be replaced. Pep will be very difficult to replace. The level of success we've had under Pep Guardiola will be very difficult to replicate.
But Manchester United did not think like that with Jose Mourinho.
Manchester United. No, Manchester. That's how come is a different. I'm painting different scenarios. Liverpool. Jurgen Klopp and the player has an issue. It's not rocket science who is working out that door. It's the player. Arteta and Arsenal. Arsenal, the board. Arteta had the backing of the board. They wanted to give him time to succeed. So what he needed to succeed, what he asked for to succeed, we'll give him that. So we'll give him the platform. Then if it doesn't work, then we dispose of him. He said Aubameyang was a hindrance to his team. Aubameyang was let go of. Although Aubameyang also had his own fair share of issues with Edu as well, the sporting director, he was let go of. Mourinho and Man U is that Man U got tired of Mourinho. Man U wanted quick success, which they brought Mourinho for, which they felt they would get, and they didn't get it. And it just started turning sour. So what do? We've spent a world record transfer fee on a player. We can't just go and start disposing of him now. He's the darling of our board, or he's the darling of the fans or the team. So who is the man that there's a lot of heat on at the moment? It's Jose Mourinho. Man U fans were cursing him then. They were saying the football he's playing is ugly, that United should be better, they should be doing better, this, that. He called Luke Shaw fat, said he made 11 mistakes. He said this, he said that. So he was just the scapegoat. Mourinho was sacked. So that's what I'm saying. Scenarios differ depending on how important you are to those that run the club when it comes to who is dispensable at that point in time or who is indispensable at that point in time. So that's the major thing. But like I do say, some of these things are actually blown out of proportion. Some of these things, like I do say, it's people's egos talking. It's people with sour characters who don't know how to act like adults. Actually reacting, and that's the simple truth. Nothing stops two people. Like I always tell people, communication is very key in anything you're doing in life, be it friendships, be it relationships, be it marriages or anything. Communication is very key. You see some people in their 50s acting like overgrown babies because they just can't communicate simply. It's just a matter of communication. If the person blows the slightest or simplest communication you're trying to, or interaction you're trying to have with the person to understand why this is happening, then you yourself do the mature thing and just walk out. Tell the person, let me be sold so this thing doesn't get blown out of proportion or it doesn't exaggerate. It's as simple as that.
All right, you can be part of the discussion using the SMS and WhatsApp portal 070193399962. At what point do we draw the line between how much a player can say about, how much response a player can give about the coach and how much the coach can say about a single player when asked question on the media? What if these coaches will have their own fault and then come out to paint it on the player just to buy the media, just to paint themselves good, and maybe at the same time because they have the powers to do that? So where is the line? Where should the line be drawn? Your Cancelo says that Pep lied about things he said about him. If you want reference, you can ask Rico Lewis, you can ask Nathan Ake. if you're looking for a reference. So where can the line be drawn? Should players even respond to things like this when coaches talk to the media? Should they even have a response for it? They should just swallow it and move, understanding that this is their superior. And so probably they should not respond. All right, Plateau United, Akwa United starts in a bit. Starts a match in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Lobi Stars Bayelsa United starts in a bit as well. Kwara United against Enyimba starts in a bit as well. All of that to come in just a couple of minutes. The coverage of Nigeria Premier League football live from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. By the way, there was an international friendly yesterday between England and Brazil. England did not win. Brazil won by a single goal. And the manager, Gareth Southgate, was proud and pleased of his team's performance. I hear that they want carry and go Man U, make it go be coach, make it replace Ten Hag. That's what I've heard. And maybe a friendly match is just a friendly match, so it shouldn't count for anything. Yeah, it should not count for anything. All right, let's keep the discussion going. 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951. Those are the 4 numbers to call to be part of the conversation this afternoon. Use the SMS and WhatsApp portal as well. 0701 933 9962. So I just announced how the England game ended. Good evening. How did England game end yesterday? 6257 from the SMS portal. It ended in favor of the Samba boys. Brazil won England by a lone goal. Okay, so that's how that match ended. Okay, now Nelson, at this point, which of them will be more of, should I say, more of a middle ground? Players to respond, or just swallow just swallow whatever the coach says? After all, he's the one in charge.
For me, sometimes it's safe to respond to some statement because you saw what happened in between Mourinho's. You saw what happened in the Mayu dressing room. You saw everything and how Mourinho was sacked because of Popoba and all the rest. So sometimes players should respond to some statements made by the coach because the coach obviously wants to save his head or save the media from thinking that he's a bad coach or something or painting him red. So sometimes players will respond to the coach messages so that they will say that this is true. This is what, like today you are saying that Joab Cancelo is calling Pep Guardiola a liar and he's giving reference to Nathan Ake and some other people saying that they should ask them if it's true or not. So some statements that are made to the players requires response, and I think is Guardiola's things. You always have issues with all these big players. You saw Tite Toure, you saw Tite Aguero, Iheanacho. Once you are at your peak, he will try to bring you down. Even with Sterling. He had to do Sterling some kind of things that he made him to leave Manchester City and come over to Chelsea. So I think is up down to the manager and the players. Some of the statements made by the coach are to be responded by the players so that the media will know that yes, I'm free of some kind of accusations on my head.
Ovie, do you agree to that?
Yes, I agree to that. The players need to come out and try and defend themselves. But then again, that's also painting a so bad image for yourself. So the simple thing to do is just get other people that think like-minded like you, because you're not going to fight this battle just with you and just the media alone. If the board starts behind the coach, you won't be able to do anything. So get people that think like you, and then step up to the media, because as much as you're there with the numbers, then you have something to hold against the manager. He won't be able to do anything against those people, against the bulk of them. So the right thing to do is not just go to the media just because they are fighting you. If you want to fight back with the media, that's taking it into agree to it.
Okay. All right. You can weigh in on the discussion as well. Let's look at results of friendly matches played and the ones to come. Ethiopia, Lesotho comes up. The match is done, by the way. Ethiopia defeated Lesotho by 2-1. Later 6:30 we'll see. Let me leave that one, please. San Marino will take on St. Kitts and Nevis by 8:45. Italy, Ecuador comes up by 9 p.m. And then there is Guatemala against Venezuela by 11 p.m. Well, the one I left is Suriname against Martinique. Which country will that? They don't take light.
Martinique is in North Central America.
Okay.
Suriname is in. They're geographically they're in South America, but they play in North America.
Okay. People are doing well.
Yeah, do
No, some of the Dutch top stars, are from Suriname. So
Yes. Me too, I agree. What now? I agree now. El Salvador nil, Argentina 3, Peru 2, Nicaragua nil, Zambia 2, Zimbabwe 2, Zimbabwe 1 on penalties, Malawi nil, Kenya 4, Ivory Coast 2, Benin 2, Ireland nil, Belgium nil, Slovakia 0, Austria 2, Denmark nil, Switzerland nil, England 0, Brazil 1, France nil, Germany 2, French Guiana 1, Haiti 1, Tunisia nil, Croatia nil. After extra time, penalty decided, and Croatia were the winners. Dominican Republic 2, Aruba nil. So those are the results of friendly matches played yesterday, and I've read out the ones to expect today. More friendly matches will be coming up. Still have Monday being tomorrow for that friendly matches to be played. I think that's when Nigeria plays tomorrow, yeah? Tuesday. Okay. Against Mali in the double friendly matches organized for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. All right, and Gary Southgate is not the only coach that has been named alongside the Manchester United job. There's also another coach that has been named alongside. He coached Chelsea at some point and was let go by Chelsea. Who's the coach? No. No.
Wait, you say a coach that was what?
He coached Chelsea and was let go by Chelsea.
Chelsea. I was let go by Chelsea.
Mm-hmm.
Graham Potter.
Mario.
Graham Potter.
Okay. No, that's what Graham Potter. No.
No, you're saying coach that coached Chelsea and was let go by Chelsea.
Graham Potter.
Graham Potter.
Yes.
Graham Potter.
Yes.
That's terrible news.
Graham Potter has equally been.
That's terrible news.
Graham Potter has also been linked by the Manchester United job. But why can't Manchester United just settle for Eric Ten Hag?
But they link me too. I said they won't carry Potter. Yes, I know that Potter.
Why can't they just settle for Eric Ten Hag?
I'll say it. That flashy things. All the actors are not good. That's the important. That's Ten Hag.
So Ten Hag is not good.
Yes.
Well, we have to pay some bills, guys. We have to pay some bills. The conversation continues right here. Do not touch the dial. Let's pay some bills. We'll be right back to continue the discussion with you. Today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of it. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Reliable, reliance, Daniel here.
At the Greater Taft City, Port Harcourt, a well-planned phase city where you can live, work and play. Greater Taft City is a 20,000 affordable housing unit initiative developed by Taft Africa Global in partnership with the River State government, located just along the Port Harcourt Airport Road, Obrikwere. With about 25 million naira upwards, you can own houses at the Greater Taft City. Just make an initial deposit of 20% and spread the balance across 1 year with no added interest. You can also invest in our commercial properties, now available, where you can start by making an initial deposit of 30% and spread the balance across 6 months. For property inspection and inquiries, visit our office at 211 Reef Taft Shopping Mall, just after GDP Roundabout, Transamadi, Port Harcourt. If you miss the Gulf Estate, do not miss the Greater Taft City. Start now by calling 0916 000 4994, 0916 000 4995, 0813 756 1335, 0916 000 4991, or visit our website on www.taftafricaglobal.com.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
For the best sporting experience, always listen to Today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Onazio Eddie, Super Eagles and Trabzon Sport midfielder. I also listen to the show.
Thank you very much for being right there. The show continues right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Situated in Garden City of Port Harcourt. We have Usas Ihiwi on the mic, and something is cooking in Nigerian football. Usas was cooking in Nigerian football. And I don't get coach.
We never get coach, but we don't get coach in the making anyway. That's how it is.
And I don't get coach in the making.
Yeah, coach in the making. One more game. If he does the same to Mali, I give him the flowers and I give him my support. Finidi all the way. I've always been a preacher of, not a preacher of war anyway. I've always been a preacher of indigenous coach for the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Indigenous coach too.
Please, can you just leave the studio?
Relax. Let me say they go give person job now. June, South Africa, we lose for Pretoria. We can't draw with Benin. Everybody will come to talk another thing.
Rest in peace.
But what gives you the assurance that that Javi Renard you're wanting to bring, Laurent Blanc you're wanting to bring, or even Pep Guardiola will come and qualify us for the World Cup?
See, we played a Ghanaian side that had 8 debutants in the starting lineup, about 7 debutants in the starting lineup, and we beat them 2-1. And even at some points in that game, it wasn't really the most convincing of situations. Even with a man down, Ghana still looked good. So let's not kid ourselves, please. It's a good victory, no doubt about that. I'm not trying to water down what Finidi the judge did, but I mean, we should just be careful. The fact that we didn't lose, yes, we'll brag and we'll this Jollof Derby and all that stuff, but I think let's be serious about when it comes to the national team. I'm actually looking for someone to be the national team coach, because there's a lot that comes with handling pressure. It's not just doing tactics. The pressure that comes with the job, it's a lot.
The man is not ready. That's the simple truth.
Hi, good afternoon. Good evening, rather.
Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, it's Jerry from PS.
Go ahead.
Sorry, please, I know that you guys are up to 5 or 4, if I'm not mistaken. And please, I want to ask a question before my comment. So I want to ask, who is the best sports journalist in Rivers State? I have my reasons, please.
Who is the best sports journalist in Rivers State?
Yes.
All of us.
It can't be all of them.
All the sports journalists in Rivers State are the best.
All the sports journalists in Rivers State are the best. Why I'm asking?
Yeah, tell us why you're asking. Maybe that will give us the right context to provide an answer.
It's because of what you guys were saying about the Nigeria contingent that went for the All Africa Day. These guys came second, and it's as if they did not put in their best. These guys are professionals and they have their own private life as people. they do everything to make sure. I believe the country that went for that tournament is more than 20 or 30, and they came second.
There were about 52 countries that participated.
Okay, 52, and they came second. And you guys feel like they did not do enough. And their effort is not being encouraged. It's the three steps. You guys are being, they've been talked down on that. It's bad and all of that. And it's very bad. People should learn to appreciate what people have done, because this guy put in a lot of effort in making sure they get to where they are today. It's not easy. That's my reason for asking that question.
Okay.
And now you say all of you. It can't be all of you. In as much as I don't know who is the best, I've been in Rivers State for a very, and I follow almost all the sports programs. So we should learn to appreciate what people are doing. 62 countries. Just imagine you have a child in school of 20 and that child came second. Then you will say the child did not try. It's not encouraging at all. So we should try, and in as much as the people who are saddled with responsibility of being in administration or whatever level they are appointed to have not been able to do well. These people, the athletes themselves, have sacrificed, putting their best and effort to make sure they achieve what they are achieving, and I think they deserve to be commended and encouraged for them to do more. That's my take. Thank you, and I don't mean no offense for asking that question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Your point, well noted and well documented. Anyways, for people who say Nigeria didn't really try at the Africa Games, here is a perspective. Egypt, over 90 gold medals. Nigeria, 47. So if you double the number of gold medals won by Nigeria, it still wouldn't get to the number won by Egypt. Would you? 47, 45, 45, 90. So yeah. So you're looking at half the number. You get the point. So when people say Nigeria didn't really try, they are saying on the perspective of overall performance. I mean, if Amoson goes there and didn't win gold, definitely she didn't try. If Blessing Oborodudu goes there, Dunaya Odekoroye, who again do I mention? As a Brume, these are well-known athletes the world over. If they go there and they did not win gold medals in their respective sports, definitely they'll be called out. But these people delivered in their respective sports. They delivered in their own weight categories. For those in combat sports, they delivered and they are given credit for delivering. But overall, someone is placing a mirror and asking Nigeria, look through this mirror as a reflection of yourself and tell yourself what you've done. Is it good enough? Put together. So on the basis of individual athletes, there are people who have given the accolades to individual athletes that they've done well, but in overall performances, that's where people are like, the country didn't really do well, But then again, your point is where I'm just telling you from the angle, and those that are equally saying, give them the flowers, are those that are speaking like you. Out of over 50 countries that participated, although I saw only 24 on the medals table, now Nigeria came second, meaning over 50 countries they defeated to finish second, right? So also give them the flowers on that angle that they've been trying. So it's a thing of, you have your point and you have your basis for your point, and others do have their point and their basis. In the end, people want Nigeria to compete with Egypt. We wait to see when that is going to happen. Benjamin Mina is also in the studio with us. Benjamin, how has it been for you for the past couple of days? Plateau United is taking on Aqua United. The match is underway already. That's surely a big match. But I want to believe that you also want Nigeria to appoint Jose Mourinho as the Super Eagles coach.
Reliance. Good afternoon, everybody in the studio. You asked how I've been. I've been fine. Seeing one of my colleagues that was loaned come back from Coventry City after the game against Wolves. Coventry won that game 3-2, and then he had to be called back by Jurgen Klopp to come back to Anfield because there's the league title to contend for, and then
He's not saying something that happened in football, though. Before people think that Coventry actually had a match with Wanderers.
So yeah, I'm so happy to see him come back from that loan deal. I've never doubted his form, good form. The way he has carried Coventry City up till now. He had to come back, and then there's a league title to contend for, and all the same, it's good to see him. I know he's the I think he's one of the James Milner of the team. Carry the team. Please, like Reliance said, this is not a match Coventry. It's a way of me signing in and saying good to see my colleague Osas once again. It's been good all the way, and good feelings. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, and a very big thank you to everyone out there. It's good to be here. It's good to be back home. With that, we switch attentions straight to the Nigerian segment of football. Don't go nowhere. Keep it locked on Today 95.1.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
For the best sporting experience, always listen to Today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Onazio Eddie, Super Eagles and Transport midfielder. I also listen to the show. For the best sporting experience, always listen to Today's Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Onazio Eddie, Super Eagles and Transport midfielder. I also listen to the show.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Fine girls for my gate, Vanessa day for my place, Tolani said day for my state, but I tell all of them to come out for my face. Come out for my face. If they like it, they talk when they start to put it. If you know they are no man to go celebrate. If you want me to sing, I go sing on my day. So I tell all the girls I see them.
Obviously, you are the finest listeners that I know, and the finest anyone can wish for on radio. It's good to be back and to be back home. My name is Osas Ihiwe. You can call me the demigod of sports. And on that note, I say a very, very good afternoon to each and every one of you out there. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt. Good afternoon to all sports fans around the city, around the nation, and around the globe. It is your premium talk, news, and sports radio station, and the show is Today today's Sports Live, the second half of the show where we get to talk everything Nigerian football. And Nigerian football it will be. As I said before, my name is Osasi Hiwi, and I've got the company of the one I choose to call the B-man in the world of sports, Benjamin Mina. Benjamin, good afternoon to you, or good evening to you, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome to our listeners. Thank you. You know, I don't know what to say, but I'm overwhelmed. I think I'm joyous to, like I said earlier on, I'm so happy to see you back. I would say it's a long spell, though. So good to see you back in the folds. You know, like I said, you're the James Milner of the team. You know, yeah. All the same, thank you so much for having me on the show.
All right, that is how it's going to be, and we look straight at what we will be having on the menu this evening, as we will be starting with the MPFL, as ongoing matches are there. About 6 centers in action already, and a lot to talk about in the MPFL. That's the Nigerian Premier Football League, as there will be a sanction is hovering over the head of Bayelsa United, and if things don't go in their favor, definitely they would have the hammer fall right there upon them. And we'll be looking at the ban that the Nigerian Premier Football League Board has meted out on club administrators, telling them to stay clear of the sidelines. Then we'll look at Rivers United as they prepare for their CAF Confederations Cup quarterfinal clash against USM All Jazz. All of this on the show this evening. Then we'll delve into the world of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, as already we are basking in the euphoria that we have gotten one over our arch rivals. It's been a pretty long time, 18 years in the making, and we could not get a win over the Black Stars of Ghana, but it came on Friday to the joy and amazement of every football-loving citizen of Nigeria. So we'll be looking at that particular one, because on Tuesday also the Super Eagles of Nigeria will be up against the Eagles of Mali. Yes, the Eagles of Mali. I was trying to pick the French name for it, which is the L'Anglais of Mali. Yes, then we'll look at the Super Falcons as they get set to battle. It's a battle royale against the Banyana of South Africa. They have been on our toes of recent, and this is the best time to shake them off into the fire if that will be the case. Remember, the show is always packed to be interactive. It's designed to be interactive. It is for you because you are the MVP. So we will create that opportunity where you get to talk to us. You get to tell us about what you think, to give us your thoughts and your submissions. That will come later on the show when we throw open the phone lines. But for now, you can do that by sending in an SMS or a WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. I'll take it again so that you can take it down. 0701 933 9962. That is the number for the SMS and WhatsApp messages. As the show proceeds, definitely you have something to say, so you could send it in as an SMS or a WhatsApp message, and later on the show we'll throw open the phone lines where we get to entertain your thoughts as they come in live. All right, we will be heading into the show, but before we do that, I'd like you to sit back and relax as we take you through an endless ride through the world of sports. Don't go nowhere. Keep it locked on Today 95.1.
Fine girls from my gate. Vanessa day for my place. Tolani said day for my state. But I tell all of them to come out from my face. Come out from my face. If they like it, they talk when they start to put it. If you know they, I know mine to go celebrate. If you want me to sing, I go sing on my day. So we will rock you. This is what.
All right, let's begin with the Nigerian Premier Football League as Lobby Stars remain at the top of the summit with 46 points and from 26 games, with Rangers International in second place with 45 points, while Eyimba FC are in third place with also 45 points, but a smaller goal difference. And yesterday, match day 27 began in the Nigerian Premier Football League with Doma United playing out a 1-0 draw with Gombe United. That game took place at the Pantami Stadium in Gombe, a stadium that is pretty known to the both teams. But for one, it used to be a fortress where they slay and destroy any big team that comes. While for the other one, they are still yet to find their feet, and they may find that in the NNL next season if that be the case. And the second game for yesterday saw Kano Pillars take on Sporting Lagos as they came back to their winning ways by beating Sporting Lagos at the Sani Abacha Stadium in Kano. You can call them the same Sugida as they took that one away from Sporting Lagos. Sporting Lagos have actually been in fine form. Remember that they defeated Remo Stars in that Southwestern Derby 4-1. It was a whitewash. They spelt Remo, but with a -1. This is Sporting Lagos. Anyway, they held their own, I guess. They held their own for that game to have ended just 1-0. That means Sporting Lagos did not disappoint. And for today, Castina United will be up against Abia Warriors at the Muhammad Diko Stadium in Castina. Sunshine Stars, I beg your pardon, was supposed to be up against Rivers United, but that game has been postponed due to Rivers United's engagement in the continent, and that will be by this time next week. Heartland FC would take on Rangers, or are taking on Rangers International in that Eastern Oriental Derby right there at the Eyimba Stadium in Aba. Lobby Stars, as I said before, being on top of the league, are up against Bayelsa United. We're going to be looking at this particular game because it gave us a lot to talk about through the week, and we will definitely be talking about it. That game is at the Lafia City Stadium in Lafia. Kwara United will be entertaining Eyimba at the Kwara State Stadium in Ilorin. Another game to watch because Eyimba have been on the upward spiral. Let's see what Kwara United can bring to the table for Eyimba. Remo Stars would entertain Bendel Insurance at the Remo Stars Stadium, the Gateway International Stadium at Ikene right there. And Plateau United would also trade tackles with Aqua United at the New Jos Stadium. These are the games that are ongoing right now in the Nigerian Premier Football League. And by tomorrow, Niger Tornadoes will entertain 3SC of Ibadan at the Amadou Bello Stadium in Kanu. 3SC that should be Shooting Stars, yes, at Ibadan right there. Looking at the score board right now, Heartland FC, that game between Heartland FC and Enugu Rangers is in the 20th minute and no goals to be recorded. Castina United losing to Abia Warriors right there away. Abia Warriors 1 goal up away from home. I think I'm beginning to enjoy the Nigerian Premier Football League this term, Benjamin, because we're now seeing a lot of away teams take the lead, even if they don't win at the end of the day, but at least they take the lead. I know before it used to be home all the way.
Yeah, I think the Nigerian League is quite enjoyable compared to what we've known it to be. It's a situation where the home gets to win all the games, and then it's just like that. But that last season and this season is quite entertaining. We've seen teams go away and get points. Heartland have lost at home this season. Gombe United drawing last week. Yesterday they drew yesterday at their home
Pantami
ground.
Stadium right there.
And I think it's not good enough for Gombe because you are fighting relegation. You need to start grinding out results. We know how the Nigerian terrain is. And Gombe is not a new name in Nigerian football. In as much as they just came back from the NNL. How long can you be going to the NNL and coming back? That's the thing. So if you need to be grinded in the MPFL, you need to start winning your home games. See how you can grind results. At least get a draw away, and then try as much as possible to get 3 points at home. And that is one thing that Gombe has not done well. Kudos to what's their name? Sporting Lagos.
Okay, Sporting Lagos.
It's they are one of those teams that actually, they are new to the MPFL. But look at the way they are actually. At some point, they were not on form. They're now on form. They're trying to get maximum points. Look at what they did to Remo Stars. Remo, yes. They are the older brothers of Sporting Lagos, because they've been in the MPFL for a while now. So and we know Remo play good football. Same as Sporting Lagos. They have that brand. In terms of branding.
Remo and Sporting Lagos.
Yes, the club. They are the front runners. When it comes to branding, but. This is a derby game. They played the derby, and then look at what the Southwest derby. Look at what Sporting did to Remo. It shows that if you want to stay, in this league for a long time, you need to start winning your game, and that is what Sporting has done. Even in as much as they lost to Kano Pillars 1-0 away, it shows that they didn't play badly, because Kano Pillars they are the old war horses of the Nigerian football, Nigerian Professional Football League. Yeah, they are winners. They are one-time champions. They've won the league before. The last season they came back from the NNL. They were relegated. Came back. Rabiu Ali doing his thing. In that team. So I think the Nigerian football in totality, I think we are seeing a different MPFL where teams away the away team can actually get results. Get like this season we've seen more than five away win this season. So it tells us that the league is actually heading to the right direction. It's just that we need to do more in terms of branding, league sponsorship, and other things. Yeah, that aside, in terms of playing and results changing, it's something good that we are seeing.
All right, Casino United still losing to Abia Warriors, and that game is in the 15th minute. Elsewhere, Kwara United are 1 goal up against Eyimba FC. Lobby Stars are also playing out a goalless draw with Bayelsa United, while Plateau United surprisingly are losing to Aqua United right there in Jos, in the new Jos Stadium right there in Jos. Plateau United losing to Aqua United. Great things happening in the Nigerian Premier Football League, and good enough we're here to always report it to you. And now let's take a look at some of these matches in an in-depth mode, and we'll be looking at Lobby Stars versus Bayelsa United, as Bayelsa United are set to face sanctions over allegations against Lobby Stars ahead of today's MPFL showdown for the match day 27. The Nigerian Premier Football League board has now directed the Bayelsa United to provide substantial evidence of their allegations against Lobby Stars. Bayelsa United wrote a letter to the MPFL board earlier this week, claiming that Lobby Stars are planning to use unethical means to achieve victory in today's game. I really don't know what the unethical means actually means, but this is Bayelsa United. They know best, so that's the reason why the MPFL board has said, please come and explain to us what unethical means is. And if they cannot, definitely they will face a sanction. Benjamin, looking at this, I think it is a call in the right direction for me, because if you actually call out somebody, because I was discussing this with a fellow journalist over the week, and she was like, no, that they shouldn't be meting out the sanctions, that there is no need for it. And I said there is every need for it, because if you call me out, sometimes you destabilize the entire setup. Imagine if someone decides to point a finger at you, definitely your attention shifts. And this is Lobby Stars trying to remain at the top of the summit, trying to see what they can do to ensure that they win this league. It's something that they've not done. Even if they've done it before, I don't think they've done it before. So they've not done it before. So this is Lobby Stars trying to sit up there and concentrate. And here is Bayelsa United trying to topple them from concentration. So if it is actually not true, if investigations have been done and it's not true, I think it is in the right direction for the MPFL board to met out a sanction on Bayelsa United. Not every person, except you have concrete evidence. You shouldn't be calling out people just like that.
I think this is more than a mind game. Yeah, in as much as football, there's always mind game in football, but I think this is more than a mind game, because Lobby Stars, kudos to them first of all for trying to be to be on top of the log, because it's not easy. We're in a league where you've got Eyimba, we've known them for their records, and you've got Sunshine Stars, former winners, you've got Kano Pillars, former winners, and
Aqua United, former winners,
Rivers
United,
former champions, Rivers United, former champions, and then you on top of the log, you've not done it before. It's quite huge for you, And considering the fact that they sold their best player in Joseph Atule to Eyimba, we know what Joseph Atule means to that team. He's like the driver of the team. Last season, during the Super Six. Yeah, he was. I watched that competition from start to finish. I think it was massive. The guy was massive, and going down to Eyimba, good for him. But Lobby Stars, it shows that the team, in as much as the team was built around him before, they've moved on and then see how they can play good football and get results. That is what they've been doing, and kudos to them for staying on top of the log. And then you, Barcelona, they're coming out to say this. I don't think this is a mind game. It is more than a mind game. So before you come out to point accusing finger on somebody,
make sure that you have checked yourself.
Yes, you have to, get concrete evidence, because you can't come out and tell me that I want to use unethical means to win football. Yes, in as much as we know the Nigerian terrain, we know these things happen. Let's not shy away from it. It's something that it has happened before.
All right.
Yes, so you can't shy away from the fact that it has happened before. So, and then they are coming out to say, but before, like my point is, before you come out and accuse somebody, you need to have concrete evidence. If you don't have concrete evidence, then I think you risk sanctions. And I would, if at the end of the day investigations are being conducted and then these are not true, in as much as Lobby Stars, I don't know how Lobby Stars are going to take it, but if Lobby Stars, after all evidence, investigations are being carried out, and if it is not true, then if Lobby Stars want to let it go, fine for them. But for me, if I were to be Lobby Stars after the whole thing, if it's not true, I have to press for some charges against Bayelsa for defamation of character and all that. And then the MPFL board needs to come in again and then lay out their sanction or their hammer on Bayelsa United, because you can't come out and it's like a bad name for the MPFL. First of all, it's a tarnishing image for the MPFL. Before you come out and say this, you need to get an evidence, so you don't start giving the MPFL bad name to say yes, people are using this. It's been a long time we saw this, or we heard about this, that people use ethical means, pay referees and all that. We've seen, like we said before, we've seen the home team suffer losses in their home. So if the home team were to pay the ref and then you lose a game, it shows that is not even the case. So I think we've gone past that area of the home team taking care of the referees, giving them hotels and all that. The MPFL board are now doing all those, taking care of the referees, paying them the allowances when dues and all that. So I think Bayelsa United, if this, like I said earlier, if the MPFL board have done their investigations and everything, then if it is not true, then I think Bayelsa United needs to face the sanctions and both from MPFL, the MPFL board, and then it's left for the Lobby Stars team or Lobby Stars administrators or the owners to say, okay, we want to let it go, or probably we'll have to press charges and all that. So it's left for the MPFL board to start doing their investigations.
All right, as we hope that the MPFL board will look clearly into this and get to the right results. We'll still keep you posted with all that is happening from the 5 centers right there in the Nigerian Premier Football League, as Heartland still playing out a goalless draw with Enugu Rangers. 31 minutes it is right there in Aba. Katsina United losing to Abia Warriors at the Mohammed Diko Stadium in Katsina by 1-0. Kwara United up against Eyimba right there in Kwara State. And Lobby Stars playing out a goalless draw with Bayelsa United, and Plateau United losing to Aqua United. Still on the MPFL, the Nigerian Premier Football League has banned all club administrators from the technical bench during games. The league body also warned clubs that in accordance to the rules, a fine of 1 million naira will be imposed on erring clubs. Now, the memo reads, and I quote, we would want to remind all clubs of the proper usage of the technical bench as regards those that are permitted to sit on it during matches. The technical bench is a reserved area strictly designated for substitute players, coaches, and backroom staff with defined roles to play in the course of a match. Such actions, including withholding balls, delaying returns of balls to the field, and other related disruptions, are completely unacceptable. We must emphasize that these actions not only go against the spirit of fair play and sportsmanship, but also constitute a clear breach of rules 1.1 of the framework and rules. Now, this is a memo coming from the Nigerian Premier Football League governing body or board, and for me, it is a call in the right direction, because over the years we have seen a lot that club administrators have done. Either they are beating the referee, or they are instructing the ball boys not to return the ball, or they are just finding a way to get the win either through hook or crook. Benjamin, I think you also would laud this particular initiative from the Nigerian Premier League Premier Football League board.
I think it's first of all, what team or what administrator needs or right senses to go and sit on the technical bench? Of course, we watch football every day. We watch football, different leagues, in the national team. You know, we've never seen what's his name? Todd Bowley go and sit with Mauricio Pochettino, discussing, telling the ball boys not to throw the ball back and all that. See, I think, like I said earlier, if we need to grow as a nation, as a footballing nation, there are some things that are not supposed to be heard of. There are some things that are not supposed to be done. So I think it's a right call in the right direction, because the truth is this is not even supposed to come up in the first place. And I think that sanction of 1 million is too small for me, because you're not a coach, you're not an assistant coach, you're not a medic, you're not part of the technical crew. So for God's sake, what are you going to do there? We've seen situations where these things result to fights, where games will be going on, and then possibly the ball boys throw the ball back to the field quickly, and then one of the administrators go there and slap the boy and all that. It doesn't make sense, for God's sake. This is not supposed to be seen. Let the people do their jobs. You employed them. If you know you can do all those jobs, why do you employ them? So they are being employed to do their job. Let them do their jobs. All right. For God's sake, there's always a director's box. There's always spaces in the stadium, VIPs, where there are designated seats for these football administrators to sit down, not on the technical bench. You see situations where they sit on the technical bench and the reserve players are sitting on the ground because there are no spaces. So why are you going to sit down there? So I think the MPFL board they've done well by reading out, sending these memos to clubs and all that. But my problem with it is the fact that 1 million naira is too small. You need to hit them hard so they'll know that things need to change. Yes, because we are clamoring for football administration, modernizing of football stadiums, things that need to be done. Football development and all that, and then this is something that even someone that is not a football
ardent follower.
Yes, the average football follower knows that is the coach, reserve players, assistant coaches that are supposed to be sitting on the technical bench and not directors, football administrators and all that. So I think it's the right call for me from the MPFL board.
All right, the right call for Benjamin from the MPFL board. Still talking the MPFL, Sunshine Stars defensive midfielder Marshal Osima Gaduk has expressed optimism that his side will secure a continental ticket at the end of the 2023-2024 2024 MPFL season. Duke noted that the philosophy of Kennedy Boboye will earn them a place in the continent, having gone through 5 matches unbeaten. Yes, it is Kennedy Boboye. I know when he came through and took over this particular one. He was at Heartland and was pushed away for some reasons best known to the entire setup there at Heartland, and he came through to Sunshine Stars and has turned around their fortune. 5 matches unbeaten on the go. But this is Osimaga Duke thinking. I think he's dreaming big. I don't know if it is a case of dreaming too big. They are currently seated 12th on the log and finishing at the top 4. That is where you can, top 3. Let's call it top 3, because the 4th position will definitely come from the FA Cup or the former, what do you call it, the Federations Cup. Yes. So now top 3 from 12th. I think it's dreaming too big for me. It's dreaming too big for me.
Well, we've got we are in week 27.
27, yes. You've got barely 11.
We've got barely 11 games to
match
go.
Match days to go.
I think there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong, for someone to dream, and especially dreaming big.
All right.
There's nothing wrong, and there's nothing as good as being optimistic, because in football anything can happen. That's the truth about football. Anything can happen, and then look at the caliber of coach you've got.
All right.
An experienced coach in Kennedy Boboye, and I think the best losers, the losers. At this point is going to be Heartland, because Kennedy Boboye was actually in Heartland before now, taking charge of Heartland, and we've seen the changes he made in his stats in Heartland. Played over 6 games. He was unbeaten in those 6 games. No, was not. He lost one.
He lost one. I think he lost his very first one.
Yes, he lost one.
But he was in charge for about 3 or 4 games, and he lost one, 1-2, and
1-2 and 3-1. So I think if that man, if Boboye was still with Heartland, I think Heartland, their fortune would have been better than what we are seeing. But for me, I think Heartland is already in the relegation. In the NNL, they are just waiting for a matter of time for this league to finish so that they can, go back to NNL where they are coming from. Obi is not that man, but taking not deviating from what you asked. I think if you have it's like you having a big coach. You know what to expect from the coach.
Yeah,
that's how it is. So I think the young man is not actually deviating from, Osimaga is not actually deviating from that. He's not dreaming too big. It's about it's like let's say Aston Villa having a Jurgen Klopp in
the setup
as their manager. An Aston Villa player can say,
you dream to win the league.
I can play in the Champions. I can play in the quarterfinals of the Champions League. It's not dreaming too big. After all, Martinez, when he came to us, when he was signed from Arsenal to Aston Villa, the first thing he said he wants to qualify Aston Villa to the Champions League. And look at where Aston Villa is. They are not very far from the Champions League qualification. In terms of the league table. If the league ends today, Aston Villa might have that shot in playing in the Champions League. So I think, the truth is this. The man is not dreaming big. He's just being optimistic, knowing the kind of coach he's got. The coach is a very experienced coach. I think Kennedy Boboye has won the league with Plateau United.
Yes.
Yeah, so the man is a league winner. So the man is dreaming big. He's a league winner. So I think the guy is just optimistic. And then you look at the run that they've had. This football is something. Winning brings confidence in football. So the man has won. He's unbeaten in his last 5 games. So he is that confidence. He's brimming with confidence when talking, about that. And you look at the league table. If they keep winning this way, out of 11 games that is remaining this season, if they can get maximum points, I think they are not far from qualifying for the continental slot. So I think the man is not dreaming big. He's just being optimistic, and then the confidence he has when when you're unbeaten. That. You know that you can do it when and the Nigerian league, it's not. It's not very common.
Disparity is not that much.
Yeah, it's not very common when you're unbeaten. It's difficult to see teams that are unbeaten in their
5 matches unbeaten.
5 games unbeaten. It's difficult. There are teams, but it's quite difficult. So I think the confidence from getting those unbeaten runs is actually giving the man the confidence to say this. And then looking at the kind of coach he's got, what they've achieved in this short term that the coach have, been with them. So I think that is what is giving them confidence.
All right, that is what is giving them confidence. All right, we still with the Nigerian Premier Football League as it seems to be a match day for the away teams as Enugu Rangers have taken the lead against Heartland of Owerri right there in Aba. Abia Warriors also leading Castina United. Kwara United up against Eyimba. And Lobi Stars, Bayelsa United goalless draw. Plateau United, Aqua United leading Plateau United there by a goal to nil. Let's leave the camp or the umbrella of the Nigerian Premier League and move to Rivers United, where former Kwara United coach Samson Unwanel says he's optimistic Rivers United can overcome defending champion Algeria's USM Alger in the quarterfinals of the CAF Confederations Cup. Recall that the Algerian side are not just the CAF Confederation champions, they also hold the CAF Super Cup as they defeated Al Ahly of Egypt to win that cup. Now Al Ahly won the CAF Champions League, and the CAF Super Cup is supposed to be between the winners of the CAF Champions League and the winners of the CAF Confederations Cup. And USM Algiers defeated Al Ahly, being one of the best teams in Africa. I think if you're calling the best teams in Africa, you can call Al Ahly and you call Mamelodi Sundowns for now. So defeating Al Ahly in such an intense, high-profile game is not just a mean feat. But this is Kwara United's former coach Samson Inuanel saying that Rivers United can take it from USM Algiers. Benjamin, I think it's a case of big talk.
Well, I think it's going to be difficult. That's the truth. In as much as
this is the North Africans, most especially whenever you come against them. I think that game is going to be on the 31st, and the first leg should be right here in Nigeria before they will go outside to battle with USM Algiers right there in Algeria. Go ahead.
I think it's quite difficult. It's going to be quite difficult because let's tell ourselves the truth. In as much as the man is saying, the man is trying to psych up the team. I think the man is trying to, Rivers United is a Nigerian team, it's a Rivers State team. Let's just look for a way to, like you said, it's football is beyond talking. You have to do it talking on the pitch. And this is a North African team. We've seen in this CAF in these CAF competitions, we've known Orbitable. They are one of the biggest. They are the biggest winners when it comes to it. It's just recently that Mamelodi Sundowns won this CAF. The CAF Champions League.
We used to have the likes of Al Ahly, Zamalek,
Esperance of Tunisia. We've gotten these guys, and then these are champions of the maiden edition of the Super Cup, and then they are the champions of the CAF Confederations Cup, and this is a tournament that they won last season. So you coming to defeat them is going to be huge, and especially North Africans, they can use every antics and everything to actually discomfort you, to make you say visa, they deny you visa, they give you visa late, and then flight delays and all that. We've seen where players sleep in the airport late in the night before their flight is being scheduled for them to move. We've seen visas delays and all that. These are antics that the North Africans actually can use to demoralize you. That's how it is. And then they hardly lose on their own turf, and they hardly lose in their own turf. So you know how it's difficult to always to beat them in as much as even if Rivers United beat USM Algiers 4-0 at home, I'm still going to be scared when you go away because you know what to expect from these guys. We've seen teams.
I would have even preferred that we go away from home, then settle it down here, than play here, and they'll just come here. I know the pattern, the tactics. They just come here, try to kill the game, see if they can reduce the number of goals that they take back, or even see if they won't even take any back. Then finish it off when they get there.
Yeah, that's what to expect. So, like you said, I would be very comfortable if the reverse would be the case where Rivers United had to play in Algeria first before coming to Nigeria to finish it up. But like I said, if wishes were horses, but the truth is, it is what it is. This is the fixture, so you have to honor it. But I think Rivers United need to hit the ground running as early as possible in that game, because you look at Stanley Guma, the coach of the team, hasn't been around. He just came back their last game where they won 1-0. It's quite good to see him come back to the fold, because when his assistant was actually handling the taking over the team when he wasn't around, they've been conceding goals. They've conceded 6 goals in their last three games. Yes. So I think it's good for Stanley Guma to actually be back, and then as they've originally called him the Arsene Wenger of Nigerian football. Yeah, I think he's good. He's one of those coaches that are good defensively. So it's just for him to tell the players, you need to avoid conceding goals. If you must win, if you must have the chances of qualifying, you need to avoid conceding goals, and then you have to score more goals. I think one thing that Rivers United are not that they are not doing that I don't like is the fact that they keep postponing their games. I think in as much as you're playing on the 31st, you need to play competitive game to keep you in shape.
To keep you in shape before
yes,
then.
In as much as you don't want to play to avoid injuries and all that. It is better you play, keep the players in shape. Yeah, they played the Federation Cup against Boma United where they won 6-0. Yes, in as much as that is a match, but it's not going to be a high profile game.
It's a state FA.
Yes, state FA Cup game. It's not going to be as
you're not going to be having the first 11 even do the business.
No, Imawagwa played that game. Deputy played that game. Lots of the first team players played. But the truth is, you're not. This Boma United team will not give you
the kind of competition
that a league match will give you. So you need to play that league match for you to be in shape. In as much as you're avoiding injuries, yes, good and fine. But the injury did not come, and then the players are not in the right shape. So like I said, winning gives you that confidence and all that. So you need to play this game, possibly get a win, and then it could give you a confidence, the morale booster psychologically before you go to play this game. Look at USM Orjas. They're actually playing their league game. They're playing their league game. They're keeping in shape. And then you're not playing. You're playing the State FA Cup, which is not very competitive. It's like Nigeria having a World Cup game. Let's say a World Cup... Okay, Nigeria is having Super Eagles are going to play against South Africa for the World Cup qualifiers, and then you're going to play
some sort of
let's say
Abuja friendly.
You're going to play against one of the
academies in Abuja.
Academy team in Abuja. It wouldn't give you that competitive edge in terms of looking at the caliber of game that you're having ahead of you. So I think they need to start playing. The mistake they did, I don't know, from my own point of view, they should have played one of the league games, possibly the one of last week or this week, to keep in shape, because the game is on the 31st.
It's on the 31st.
You still have time.
A whole long 1 week again.
1 week, you still have days and possibly a week for you to recover and start, going to play this game. But all the same, it's good for them. But I think it's going to be a very very difficult mountain to climb when you're playing against an African.
All right, from the point of Benjamin, he says it's going to be a Herculean task for Rivers United to climb as they come up against the USM Orjas of Algeria. We'll take the discussion right now to the phone lines and throw open the phone lines. Can Rivers United make it past USM Orjas of Algeria, and if they can, how can they do it? Where would that game be won? What tactics should they employ? It's over 2 legs, first leg here, and the other would be in Algeria. Can Rivers United make it past the USM Orjas of Algeria? You can call in 0817 0000951 as well as 0810 951 0951. We've talked a lot from the beginning, we started with the MPFL and the matches that are ongoing. We looked at some of the matches that are ongoing, and the reports have it that the away teams are having the better of the home side in the 5 centers that we have. We also talked about Bayelsa United being up to face a sanction for calling out Lobby Stars to have planned to use unethical means to win today's game right there between Lobby Stars and Bayelsa United. We also have talked about the Rivers United setup and how they would fare against USM Algiers of Algeria. And the question is, can Rivers United make it past USM Algiers of Algeria? And if they can, what way should they take? How should they handle the 2 legs that they will be having? First one here on the 31st and the other one in Algeria. 0817 0000 951 as well as 0810 951 0951. All right, while we expect your calls, we are still with Rivers United, as Rivers United on the 17th team has emerged as the inaugural winners of the Nigerian Premier Football League Youth, the Nigerian Premier Football Youth League for 2024. Rivers United defeated Castina United Youth Team 4-2 at the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium in Benin City to have clinched that particular one. Benjamin, I think it's the right direction for football right here in Nigeria, because when we catch them young, imagine these players who have done this one transienting. That means they will be the one to take over from the likes of Yima Wagwa in the current Rivers United setup. And this is what we have been clamoring for, that smooth transition from the age grade stage, the 15, 16, 17 into the full-blown stage, which is becoming the first team players of our MPFL side. It is, I think it is a beauty for Nigeria. If every team, every Nigerian Premier League side can be involved in this, definitely we'll be seeing an improvement in the quality of football that we have here.
Yeah, I think it's in as much as but this is the inaugural the maiden edition of the competition, because I've gone through the North African that I usually see the under 17s, under 21 played in the league. They have a league that is currently ongoing. So I think it's a good thing for football development, because we've actually seen one thing is playing this tournament, the under 17 tournament, and the other thing is how do you take these boys? What do they go from? How do they go from here? Where do they go from here? Development. Because it wouldn't be nice when these boys play these under 17 tournaments, and then when it comes to picking the under 17 players, and then you still go to the clubs, the first team clubs, and then go pick on overage players for this competition. So I think it's going to be good. Yes, good development for football. In the country, the younger players. It will help the clubs, the parent club. Not spending too much money outside going to get players for 10-12 million, when you can actually look into your academy or the under develop them very well to take over from the likes of the senior team that are playing. So it's good for the sports development, football development in Nigeria as a whole. Long may it continue. And then, like I said, it shouldn't just be a tournament for a tournament's sake, that you're going to play after the tournament, all the players you go and look for. So if when it comes to under 17, gathering the under 17 players for the national under 17 team, the Flying Eagles, the Golden Eaglets, you have to look at these under 17 players and then pick them. You pick them and then take them to the tournament, because we've seen that we've been lacking transition over the years. We've seen the likes of before now Chris Santos, Macaulay. We've not seen him. After that under 17, we don't know where he is. We've seen Stanley Okoro. After that under 17, we don't know where he is.
We had Chidebere in Wakali also.
Yes,
nowhere to be found.
Lots of them. We haven't seen them. There is Fortune at some point, the River State guy from Sharks those days that played in the under 17. Yes, that played in the under 17. We've not seen these guys after that tournament, so it will be better you pick these guys, take them. That transition should be there from the under 17, under 20, under 23, then the Super Eagles. It shows that time because you look at Xavi Hernandez. These are guys that played from the under 17.
Yeah.
Now they played in the national team, they retired, and then they've continued. Look at Tony Cruz, who would have believed that what's his name? Messi and Tai Taiwo and Mikel Obi played in the under 20s. Messi still playing active football. Mikel is retired. Tai, we don't know where he is right now. We don't know if he is playing football or doing some other things. Chinedu Obuke, Chinedu Obasi, all those guys, we don't know where they are. So I think there should be transition where you using your real age, the under 17. This under 17 should be a proper under 17, not men playing with boys or men playing with children, where you win the tournament and then at the end of the day, when you're called to represent under 17, they get MRIs to screen you out because you're old, or you get to the tournament, you win the under 17, and after that we can't find you because you're not using your real age. So it should continue, and then they should look inward at seeing this, making it as a league that it is, and then picking the under 17 from these tournaments.
All right, that has been Benjamin Minat speaking there. He has actually done justice to all of this, and it still remains that it is a beautiful initiative because we will be able to catch them young as they have won this one. Definitely, a lot of them will transient into the big team, the main team of the various MPFL clubs. The phone lines are still open, and you can call in and weigh in on the conversation. And the question still remains, can Rivers United make it past USM Algiers when they take the Algerian side in the quarterfinals of the CAF Confederations Cup? 0817 0000 951. I'll take it again, 0817 0000 951. You could call, or you call the next one, which is 0810 951 0951. I'll take that again, 0810 951 0951. Remember that WhatsApp and SMS portal is still active. You could send in a message in case you cannot reach us. You could send in a message to 0701 933 9962. Hello, caller. Good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Good evening. This is Arsenal Baba Twins.
Arsenal Baba Twins, welcome. Go ahead with your thoughts.
Yeah, for Rivers United, no way. I've been watching those people for a long time. They talk to them for a long time. The way they play football, we don't hear them.
Okay.
No, Rivers don't make it.
Would that not be you? Would that not be you speaking? That should be you speaking without the Nigerian spirit. The Nigerian spirit always pushes you beyond your limits.
For God, Nigerian spirit depends what you play.
Okay.
That is my own. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Arsenal Baba Twins, for your call. You can keep the calls coming in 0817 0000 951 as well as 0810 951 0951. Or better still, you send an SMS or a WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. The games right there at the Nigerian Premier Football League have entered into the halftime stage. I'll read out the scores when I come back from this call. Hello. Good evening to you. Welcome to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1. Your name and where you're calling from.
Oh, sir, this is Lawson.
Oh, Lawson, welcome.
From Yenagua.
Good evening to you. How is Yenagua this evening?
Yenagua is fine. It's just that I'm surprised. You stayed your comeback.
I went on loan. I'm back.
I know. Annie loaned you out.
Yes, so I'm back.
Yeah. Now, but thank God that you're back on that. Really, the place was almost empty. All of you just
It's well. We're back.
No, it is. Thank God at least you are back now. Osas, you are asking the rules. Honestly, when you ask whether Rivers United can make it, Osas, the question you are asking is same as asking if Shark has teeth. What you are asking us,
No, but we sure should believe in our own. Rivers United can do it. It might seem not possible, but anything is possible in football.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Anything is possible. That I agree with you. But you see, it's not about our belief, or it's not about what we think. It's the football you play. I mean, at the end of the day, we've followed Rivers United like this, and they collapse. That is the problem. Collapse like a pack of badly arranged cards. Each time you just go and say, okay, even where Rivers United, you feel they've done enough at home, Seth. I remember when they played the Sudanese side, where they won here 3-0, 3 clean 0, and then they went to Sudan. And you won't believe it. It was 4-0. 4-0. Those are the kind of things that happen each time you go to the North Africa. So for me, I don't know. In football, anything can happen. Yes, we agree. But is it not against the North Africans? There's the way they are. They are champions. I can tell you. Forget the antics. Even we each time we keep saying antiques. We do antiques. We also do our own type of antiques. So most people will tell you Nigerians don't do that. They do it. I've even seen Eyimba do that. So let us leave that the matter. But it's football. We are Nigerians. We'll be happy if they go there and if they get some kind of result and probably advance to the semi-finals. Honestly, if they can do that, we'll be happy with them. But just that over time, we've seen them collapse. So we don't even have any call like me. Let me speak for myself. I don't have confidence. Yes, I don't have any kind of confidence when it comes to Rivers United. If they win, fine. I congratulate them. But that going into any game that I will have confidence, no, I don't have. And Bayelsa United, I think they are desperate. They are really, it's desperation, honestly, and it's mind game taken too far. You see, you don't come out and accuse somebody when you don't have any facts. I mean, when I heard it, I was even wondering myself, what are they saying that Lobby Stars want to do in the game and all that, or maybe it was, but you are accusing somebody openly. You go to the media to accuse somebody openly. And if you can, yes, because you are the accused, and so you must prove. He who alleges must prove. And so if you don't have any proof against Lobby Stars, then you have to face the music. It's as simple as that. For me, I don't believe in all of this. Go out there and play football. Bayelsa United over time, some of us from Bayelsa, we feel disappointed because at home somehow they manage to win. Then when they go away, they don't even get any results. But somehow, even now at home, so even the game against Kano Pillars, last minute, in fact, it was the rain. If not for the rain, the Kano Pillars played far better. I've never seen that kind of thing where you play such a good football and at the end of the day, you lose. So let them go out there and play football and stop accusing people, because we will not take it. We know how it took us to get out of that NNL. In fact, we languished here for so long, and somehow the government managed to get us out of there. So let them play football and remain in the MPFL, because going back to NNL, no, not NNL. Yes, going back there would be too bad, honestly, for Bayelsa United. They've been champions. Let them maintain that.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Lawson, for your call. Bayelsa United still remains on the 16th position, looking at the log, looking at the table as it stands in the Nigerian Premier Football League. And I said all matches have gone into the halftime mark, but some have resumed. Heartland of Owerri are still trailing Enugu Rangers by 1-0. Katsina United have drawn back. It's 1-1 between Katsina United and Abia Warriors. Kwara United 1-1 with Eyimba. Lobby Stars playing out a goalless draw with Bayelsa United, and Plateau United still losing to Aqua United. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live. Your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Back to
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. This is Tony Hosford.
All right, Tony Hosford.
Yeah,
your take.
Yeah, good evening, Benjamin.
Good evening. Ndan Loco.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
All right. You see, I am one person that is optimistic. Although they say witches don't play football. That is true. Yes, preparation is key. We know, but I know that the Rivers side is not just resting on it was. It is working seriously. Which I think with kind of Guma, I have some major confidence. Even though the North African side, when it comes to their home front, they are very tough. That yes, this time I want to be very optimistic, and I know that the victory will go in the way of Rivers United at least 1-0. It should put me on record 1-0.
But do you think 1-0 would be enough? Because Rivers United will be playing USM Algiers right here. 1-0 beating USM Algiers 1-0 here. It's like losing some 3-0 over there in Algeria. We know the North Africans and their antics.
All right, okay. They are playing at home here.
Yes, they are playing first at home on Sunday. That should be 31st of March.
Oh, okay. If they are at home here, at least 2-0. At least 2-0 is okay.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for your call. With that, we move straight to the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Ghana, the friendlies now is not a friendly. I said it here, it's war. There is nothing like friendly. We don't have time to be playing friendlies. Right? So, but the good thing is that they can't say we won with a penalty.
Yeah, because that thing be the smell. Oh. I don't see I'm already penalty and red card.
Right? Now, they were given a penalty. Right? We also had our penalty, so one cancelled. Right? But still, I feel like I'm being defeated. I was expecting 4-0. 4-0. Clean.
The chances were there.
The chances were, especially first half. We played good game first half. Right? Then second half, and I said it, remove one DM. I didn't see any reason why we'll be playing 2 DMs against Ghana. I'm
down to 10 minutes.
Then we are playing Ghana.
Need to be concerned about so many things, because the football today, get different with that final we will play, you understand? And that's not kind of football we need right now, because this is our team too young for us to defend against country like Ghana. If you check when Man City they play Man U, Man City doesn't defend because they know that's how poor Man U are. You understand? We did the level of that Man City. So Ghana now did the level of Man U. And if you check this season, Man City don't beat Man U home and away. And how did the goals come in? Onana, they concede 3 goals in each match where they play against Man City. That's what we meant to do to Ghana. Score them 3 goals in each half. If they invite another friendly again, make them collect another 3 again.
No matter the stage, there's still room for greatness. No matter the stage, there's a bit of greatness in every man. There's power to rise, there's power to conquer, there's power inside, there's a gift of power in every man.
Be the greatest that we can be. We've got power to thrive. Be the champions, make history. Keep the greatness
All right, it is the power of Niger as the Super Eagles of Nigeria showed class when they defeated the Black Stars of Ghana by 2-1 in an intense, friendly game, which many term the War of West Africa, or you could call it the War of Jollof, or the War of Supremacy, or maybe the War where go long where, Charlie. That's how it is. All right, Ademola Lookman might have gotten that winning goal, but the name on the lips of every Nigerian is Finidi George. How he has tinkered the team, bringing back that fear factor whenever any team squares up against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Now, man to man, pound for pound, Nigeria showed they were obviously more talented than the Ghanaians. Up next would be the game against the La Angles, call them the Eagles of Mali. That will be on Tuesday, and that is where the huge tax will be. The Malians have gotten Hamari Traore. He plays for Real Sociedad, a right back there for Real Sociedad. So he's going to be marshalling the defense commanding the defense for the Malians. We've got Amado Haidara. He's a midfielder in RB Leipzig and will be marshalling the midfield for the Malians. Also, we've got El Bilal Traore of Atalanta up there in front, giving our defense a reason to worry. So definitely Mali are going to be a stronger team than the Ghanaians when the Super Eagles of Nigeria faces them, Benjamin.
Yeah, I think it was a good game. The Nigeria against Black Stars of Ghana. Quite an intense game. Nigeria controlled the first half. I think that game in the first half was actually lacking Victor Osimhen because
true.
Nigeria, the Super Eagles they were very woeful in the first half. First 12 minutes we have
wasteful.
Yes, had four shots on target, and then against one, the Ghanaian against one. I think if it were Victor Osimhen to be leading that line in place of Cyril Desha, I think Osimhen would have been brimming with confidence because he would have gotten 2 to 3 goals in that game because it shows that it's quite a young team that that we're actually coming together. You look at most of those players who are debutants, especially the likes of Benjamin, the Tanzanian guy, the former Bendel Insurance. Yes, and then you look at Oyemechi, he's been around the team, but not really a starter for the Super Eagles. Dressler, he's not really a starter for the Super Eagles, but you look at how they compose themselves, play good football in the first half, knocked the ball around, but couldn't have, time to, hit the ball at the back of the net. But the Ghanaians could do to them. They came out the second half and then play good football. Despite the red card, got a goal. It was good. But it's something that we could build upon, and especially if you need a judge, playing that 2-man up front and then freeing Alex Iwobi to move around the park and then give us the Iwobi that we used to know.
All right. We will be looking ahead of the game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Black Stars of Ghana. As I said before, up next on our hands is the game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Le Agles, the Eagles of Mali. I think this is going to be a team that we can say we are both of the same weight, and that is where that's really where I want to see, because a lot of persons want to use this as a grading factor for Finidi George. Yes, the game against Ghana, we saw the Finidi ball, as it's now called, where we appeared to knock the ball very well in the midfield. We had that transition from defense through the midfield, even to the striking department. We saw the second goal. The Ghanaians, it was a build-up from Stanley Nwabali straight up through the midfield to the legs of Alex Iwobi, locating Ademola Lookman, and a beautiful finish there. That was it's been a long while we saw something like that take place in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Now let's give kudos to Finidi George for tweaking things. The man moved from the 3-4-3 formation that was used in the African Cup of Nations by the outgone Super Eagles coach Jose Peseiro, and moved into a 3-5-2 formation. When I listened to him talk about this 3-5-2 formation, he said he noticed something. Yes, he was within that setup in the African Cup of Nations. He said he noticed something. Victor Osimhen was always being overused because he was the only one out there. Yes, he was the only one out there. So now he said he looked at it and said somebody needs to assist whoever is in front. That was why he brought in Kelechi Iheanacho into that 3-5-2 formation. And that 3-5-2 formation gave the midfield a lot of grounds. That's why you see Alex Iwobi now had a free role and became very, very much creative. That was one thing that Jose Peseiro did not take advantage of in the African Cup of Nations. Chukwuzite is itching to say something.
Also, let me just say something quickly if I leave the studio for you guys. I feel, it's going to be exploring the midfield. That's our greatest strength. I said this ahead of the AFCON, and Pesero didn't listen to me. That's why he's sacked. Yes, yeah. So, see, truth be told, we are not that super. We don't have that super wingers who can take on players that can actually go toe to toe with defenders and make their defenders be on their toes every time they are with the ball. Sometimes we talk about Chukwueze. Yeah, he has some flashes of brilliance. Sometimes he's on his A games, but you can't actually don't trust on someone who can just be flashing brilliance up and down. So let's know what's our strength. I think she's kudos to Finidi. I think the second goal actually just showed class of quality in the midfield we actually have possessed in the Nigerian Super Eagles. Yeah. See, boss the midfield. We have players that can actually do it. We had an argument on Friday, me and Henry, concerning this. I said, see, leave this Iwobi and the rest of them clashing too much. Bring in the Bashiru, who can actually drive with the ball, make an anchor man. In the day, has already started doing that thing with Leicester City, Makara's team. And you say, driving the ball, bringing the anchor man. Let's explore the midfield. Onyeka sit deep. It will be a free roam man. He might actually not be that man that he can actually say, okay, he has the more speed or he has the strength, but that man can actually be tricky and sneaking through defenders' leg. You can't actually know what you can actually depend from Ian Nacho. But this kind of setup will actually limit us on our pacing play. That's the only issue I have with the setup. So I want us to be that three at the back should maintain, but I think Finidi George should not tinker another formation. Try to make the wings actually drop deep into the midfield now to help and support the midfield, but not as choking, letting Osimhen be alone. So if you're playing the midfield, Adama Lukman and Simon Moses can actually drop into the midfield and make that place a diamond 3-4-3, and that would be super for Super Eagles.
Oh, right. This is Chukwuzite trying to push his CV to Finidi George in case he's been hired by the Nigerian Football Federation to call Chukwuzite as the assistant coach. That is for Chukwuzite anyway. A lot of persons have thrown their weight behind Finidi George, including the players. Yes, let's take a listen to Kelechi Iheanacho and Cyril Dessers.
Keep everybody together and do what he does. So it's just only him doing it now. So I think he's done a really great job. So hopefully he'll get more chance to prove himself and to take the team along.
I think overall we played a very good game. If you can win against a good team, a skillful team like Ghana, I think we have to be happy. For us, obviously, it's a special game. For the coach, I think he had a clear approach before the game. His plan was clear. We wanted to press more aggressively, create chances in that manner. I think we did that, and then to win this game feels good.
All right, the words of Kelechi Iheanacho and Cyril Dessers there. Benjamin.
Yeah.
A lot of persons have given the flowers to Finidi George, but I think the man has to convince me one more time against the Eagles of Mali. The Eagles of Mali poses a greater threat to the Super Eagles of Nigeria because they seem to be more energetic. They seem to be a more tactically disciplined side. For you, do you think that a good performance from Finidi George on Tuesday would definitely raise him on the pecking order? Do you think that would convince the Nigerian Football Federation to give this man the job? Because don't be sentimental. Remember that we've got the World Cup qualifiers and we've got the qualifiers for the African Cup of Nations ahead. But what would a good performance against the Eagles of Mali do to Finidi George?
Yeah, the truth is this. I'm not an advocate of, first, the time is short. So if you bring in a new coach right now, the coach brings a new pattern and then starts testing it. And then you've got South Africa in June. How then do you cope? How then, because bringing a new formation makes the players, start fine-tuning and then fitting themselves into that formation. Remember, in the Nations Cup, Finidi George said after the first game that they tried a 4-3-3 formation. It didn't work after the first game. They had to switch to a 3-man back. And then it started working. It took us to the finals. So what I think they need to do is, it's like Finidi George has done, it's continuity. You need to look for a way to look for the mistakes of the Nations Cup, the shortcoming of that formation, and then see how you can balance it. That is what the man has done. Because you look at the Nations Cup, making it overworking Victor Osimhen and restricting Alex Iwobi. So what he did was play a 2-man attack and then free Iwobi. That's just what you need to do.
All right.
And then you get the formation. Because when you're playing this formation, it's a high-pressing formation. You press. You have to be resilient to press. When you are attacking, you've got an extra body in the attack and the midfield. Then when you're defending, you've got an extra body in the defense helping out. So that's what basically this formation does. And the truth is, the only thing I falter in that Ghana game was when Ghana was a man down, you take off one defensive midfielder and bring an attacking midfielder.
That's where I was actually going to.
That's just it.
Personally,
that is where we would have scored more goals. Because you don't still retain that position, that tactics or that formation when you're a man.
If he was here, I think Ralph Onyedika can do that for Finidi George. He should have given Ralph Onyedika the chance to do that, because with a box-to-box, definitely Alex Iwobi would sit calmly on that free roll. His job is just to distribute the passes when they come. Then there's a man doing the link up between the anchor man who sits right there in front of the central defense, trying to stop any balls from going through, and connecting the anchor. That's box to box connects between the anchor man and Alex Iwobi, who will be up front doing the creative duties. For me, that is what I would have preferred Finidi George to do. I hope he would do it against Mali. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, because you look at Frank Onyeka in Brentford, he's a box-to-box midfielder. You look at Alex Iwobi. Wilfred Ndidi. In Leicester setup right now, this season, he has been playing an advanced role. So what he needs to do is, like you said, bring Ralph Onyedika. But if you think Ralph Onyedika cannot do the work, you would have to move.
We've got Dele Bashiru also.
Yeah, Dele Bashiru, or you move Ndidi up a bit. So I think basically that's what we need to do. But I'm really anticipating the game against Mali, because, like you said, those guys are toe-to-toe like us. They are very physical, tactically disciplined, and let's see what happens during the course of that game, because it's another test for Finidi George. But like you said, for me, I don't know if Finidi George is going to get the job, but I think it will not be the right time for Nigeria to hire a coach, because unless you need to look for a coach that have the same philosophy with the current setup that we are setting up in the national team. Because if a different coach comes, like an attacking-minded coach comes and then hamper the formation, what are the tendencies that these players will get used to this formation before we play the South African game? Because as long as I'm concerned, that game is very important. It's very key. We've got Benin Republic in that team, and the former Super Eagles coach, Genetro, is the handler of Benin Republic. Yes. And then they drew against Ivory Coast. They almost won that game. It was late in that game that Ivory Coast came back from and played a 2-2 draw. The Benin Republic played very fine football. Yeah, so I think what we need to do is, like Finidi George has done, he has done a very good job by fine-tuning that formation.
All right.
So I think he should be kept for the game against South Africa. It should be kept for the game against South Africa, because you bring in a new coach now, different formation, different style, different tactics, and then the players doesn't get used to this formation quick enough. What are the tendencies? So I think the players have confidence in Finidi George. Like what we said, to help the attacker, and then secondly, he has freed up Alex Iwobi. See, the truth is, in that final, I'm part of those people that think you don't defend in the finals. That final would have been won if Alex Iwobi was given that freedom to roam around the midfield. Then Victor Osimhen had a second attacker behind him, or playing with an attacker. The second attacker would have gotten something from the finals. So I think Finidi George is doing well so far. But let's watch the Mali game and then see how.
Then we can judge.
Yes, we can judge, because right now the Malians are, let's say, at almost the same level with us.
The Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Because you look at how they play, they are very disciplined tactically, and physically they have strength like the Super Eagles. So let's see what comes out of that game before we start thinking about the South African game.
All right, before we look at what will come out from that game, because I'll take your predictions definitely. Let's look at the defense setup for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We had Chidozie Awaziem come in, and the man Chidozie Awaziem gave a very good account of himself. He brought that ball playing
for the first time since I've started watching Chigozie Awaziem. Chidozia Wazim.
Yeah, Chidozia Wazim.
The man knocks the ball around for the first time.
For the first time.
You know, we are used to this defense line of clearing when the ball comes, you clear it long. Football has gone past that stage.
And football has gone past that stage.
Yes.
If you look at the golden era of Barcelona, they had Barcelona actually had centre backs that
Gerard Piqué plays the ball from the back. Piqué plays the ball from the back.
Puyol plays the ball from the back.
Puyol plays from the back. What's his name? Eric Abidal plays the ball from the back. Dani Alves plays the ball from the back. Virgil van Dijk plays the ball from the back. Trent Alexander and Arnold, yes, he's good for his long visions and all that. Look at the truth is the football world has evolved. Even goalkeepers now, it's no longer the goalkeeper. Goalkeepers stand as sweepers, goalkeeper. They stand as the last man of defense. So I think for the first time, Chidozia Wazim knocks the ball around. I watched that game. I took a lot of positive because it wasn't that clearing and forwarding that we know. It's about knocking the game around, and that's what Nigerians have been. You look at that first half and people were saying if this first half was
the coming in of Benjamin Taminu, not Benjamin Mina this time, Benjamin Tanimu.
The call to the national team. I'm having an hamstring injury.
All right, but thank God there's another Benjamin there, and in the person of Benjamin Tanimu, as he showed a glimpse of something great to come through. That was his debut. He showed a glimpse of something great to come through. It's something that we can build on. He is from the MPFL. Forget the fact that he has gone to Tanzania. He's just like Stanley Nwabali, still with the MPFL vibe, the MPFL blood. That is to tell you that the MPFL has a lot to offer the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Just before you come in, I wasn't too pleased with Bruno Onyemechi's performance that day. I even saw that same thing in the AFCON. Bruno is not too good with his offensive contributions to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He's not too good with that offensive contribution, and the same thing showed on Friday when we took on the Black Stars of Ghana. My question is, why do we keep overlooking a certain Ismail from Remo Stars? Yes, he is Ismail Sadiq from Remo Stars. He has got 19 assists this season alone, 19 assists in 48 games. I expected that this man would have been Sadiq Ismail would have been a part of this setup. Even for the AFCON, I expected that he would have been called alongside what's the goalkeeper from Doma United.
See, the truth is, if you play in the MPFL, you will not get called up to the national team.
So you must go
unless you are a goalkeeper.
Unless you're a goalkeeper.
Yes. We've seen Ikechukwu Ezenwa, goalkeeper, Eimba. Ojo, goalkeeper, Eimba. John Noble, goalkeeper.
What's the name? Sochima Victor,
goalkeeper,
Rivers United.
So that's just a setup for that slot is meant for the MPFL players. Trust me, if Stanley Nwabali was to be in the MPFL, he wouldn't have played in the Nations Cup.
Okay.
If Benjamin Tanimu was to be playing in the MPFL, he wouldn't get a call up. He just left less than a month.
Yeah,
he left the MPFL. He left
about 2 months.
He left
January.
January. He left Bendel Insurance. He got a call up and he made his debut. That tells you that they've
relegated the goalkeeping departments.
The glass house does not rate the MPFL players, and the goalkeeping position has been given to the MPFL. That's the MPFL slot. So I think it's in as much as I watch the MPFL and I look at players that I say, oh God, we've got better players
Victoria
in this,
great players,
but you will not
Kingdom
get
Osai,
a call up.
Kingdom Osai is there.
Yes.
At the particular point, we had Nwachukwu from Bendel Insurance.
These guys are good, but you won't get the call up. That's the truth. So the easiest way to get a national team call up and to play in the national team, no matter how bad the offer you've got outside Nigeria, just go outside Nigeria. You're going to get a call up. That's the thing. Because you look at what's his name, Francis Uzoho. We've got better goalkeepers in the MPFL, better than him. But as long as he plays outside Nigeria, you're going to get a call up.
The man said, walk, don't press him. I saw a video. Their training. He played as a centre back. since no way for goalkeeping department again.
See,
Stanley Nwabali has held that goalkeeping department like.
I think there's going to be trouble in the goalkeeping department.
Okay.
There's going to be lots of competition because you look at the Udinese man, Maduka Okoye. The man has come back to form, come back to himself. The Maduka Okoye we used to know in the Holland League. He's been keeping Udinese in games, and you've seen his save percentage per games, and then he's increasing, and the man is likely. So Stanley Nwabali should be on his toes. He needs to be playing. He needs to there's going to be a huge competition in the league, in the goalkeeping department. So I think it's a good one because Nigerians have been clamoring for anything, but any person, in fact, as long as you're not Francis Uzoho, you're a goalkeeper, please come in. So I think there's going to be a healthy competition in the goalkeeping department of the Super Eagles.
All right, now one last department we'll look at before we throw open the phone lines concerning the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Eagles of Mali is the striking department. We saw a pair of Cyril Dessa and Kelechi Iheanacho, and it wasn't too impressive between that pair. We had 9 shots on goal and just 7. We had 7 off target.
Yes.
Just 5 shots were on target. They were pretty wasteful with the opportunities created for them. And there is no team that can put out these statistics for their striking department and end up doing very well. Benjamin, what can Finidi George be doing on this right now? Because it's going to really tell on him when he takes on the Eagles of Mali.
See, the truth is there's nobody as better as Victor Osimhen in the Super Eagles. That's the thing. Because see, these players don't challenge themselves enough because this opportunity, Cyril Dessa, you didn't go to the Nations Cup. This is an opportunity for you to stamp yourself in the team, and then you get this opportunity, and then you're wasteful. It doesn't show consistency on your part. You look at in his club at Rangers. The man is not being consistent. He's not been scoring goals too much. He's not been firing. Right. So I think. For Finidi George, I think he needs to look at Murphy to bring in Murphy into the team. Because you look at Murphy, he scores goals in his club side. And if Murphy were to be playing this game, or Victor Osimhen would have gotten more than those 2 goals.
I wonder why Murphy wasn't actually called.
So I thought, when I saw the lineup, I thought he was injured. But when I went to, he played the game actually for Nice, and he scored. I think he scored twice. Also, so I think he needs to get that call up. Cyril Dessa, if Cyril Dessa is. Imagine Kelechi, imagine Victor Osimhen. I know Nigerians don't want to.
With Victor Boniface.
I know Nigeria don't want to imagine this. Imagine the South Africa game and Victor Osimhen is not available because of injuries. Are you going to play with Dessa? Then you're not going to get goals. So I think it's hard time we need to start calling up these other strikers. Murphy is there. What's his name?
Sadiq Umar.
Sadiq Umar, yeah, but not really a starter for Real Sociedad, and Sadiq Umar is good, but not really.
We had Paul Onacho also.
Yes. No, so I think we need to start looking at other strikers. We've got strikers we need to look at, but the truth is, Victor Osimhen. The game misses Victor Osimhen, and then Victor Boniface too. Imagine in the Nations Cup. We play this kind of 2-man attack with this information. Free Iwobi, and then you look at Victor Boniface and Victor Osimhen. Imagine that scenario.
It would have been a lethal weapon.
I think Victor Boniface is not available because of injuries.
Yeah.
He's coming back. So I think the game against South Africa we are likely going to be, if he's
against Mali.
Against South Africa.
Okay, by June, yes, the qualifiers.
We are likely going to be seeing a pair of, if Finidi George still remains, and we going by what we saw, is we might likely be seeing a pair between the 2 victors in the attack line. But against Mali, the game, let's hope that the attack line live up to expectation, and then they don't remain woeful, because you can't get 12 shots on target and you're scoring just 2 goals. It doesn't tell good of you. If you continue like this, then if it's a club side, then you're going to be relegated.
All right. Now we take it to the phone lines, and the question is, who would you be wanting to see come into the mix on Tuesday when the Super Eagles of Nigeria take on the Eagles of Mali? And what do you see? Can the Super Eagles still hold their own against the Eagles of Mali? Do you think George can tinker that side and get the victory against the La Agles or the Eagles of Mali? 0817-00-00951 as well as 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show. Your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah. Yes, good evening, sir. This is Tony again.
All right, Tony, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Benjamin, I want you are nothing an injury. So I wish you very quick recovery so that you take up your tomorrow.
Thank you. I need to go back to the Super Eagles.
Yes. All right. Osas. Yes, I think that Victor Osimhen is he not an injury?
He just got back from injury. Yes, he had a knock in the game between Napoli and Barcelona in the Champions League.
Oh, that is a key player. But what Victor Boniface has an injury, right? Okay.
Yes, Victor Boniface had an injury that was before the African Cup of Nations, but he just got back, and they are trying to get him into playing.
But I think it should be Victor Boniface should be a corresponding replacement for Victor Osimhen.
Yes.
There should be a corresponding replacement. So and like the Eagles, I know that they are going to hold their own. Yes. Trinity George has done a very, very marvelous job.
All right.
Just as Benjamin said, he has been saying this all the while, that he's only built on what his predecessor did, that is Jose Pesero. He just did some alteration, and it's paying off. And he's even in good terms with his players, his boys, and that's one of the things. They rub minds. If you are players, your boys are good with you and they listen to you, I think you are going to get results. Results will be turning out. He's doing well, and I know that the match against Mali is going to be a stern one because these people are physically okay. They are strong. They are different. You see them. We are going to pursue with them in terms of rating and but. I just as Super Eagles, they should take up the roles, take up their normal. Be resilient. It's not going to be easy. Be resilient. Listen to the coach, and play their formations very well.
Okay.
And I know that yes, that one was going to give us a good result. For us to proceed to the South African game. I know we are going to get something out of the match. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your calls. Your call. You can keep the calls coming in 0817-0000-951 as well as 0810-951-0951. And if you can't get to us, you could send an SMS or a WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. We've talked a lot. We've talked about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And the question is, can the Super Eagles hold their own against the La Agles, the Eagles of Mali? Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show. Your name and where you're calling from.
Lawson.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
I laugh. Honestly, Nigerians, sometimes you guys really make me laugh. I wonder, do you even realize that the game we played against Ghana was a friendly game? Honestly, do Nigerians really realize that was a friendly game? And Ghanaians did not even play with the full complement of their players. Mourinho, don't forget that friendly games are fake. The results are fake. Whatever is friendly, they are all fake. It counts for nothing. And then to tell you how much Ghana has really dealt with us, you see, even at very top level, people were excited, people were happy. We defeated Ghana. A friendly game.
Okay.
So, are you with me on that?
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
Yes. And then we are happy. So, to see how much Ghana has dealt with us, I had to go back and check and realize that the Ghanaians, you understand, have better head-to-head record, far better head-to-head record than the on the Super Eagles across board. So that's how bad it is that this was the ordinary friendly game, and we are excited with this same Super Eagles, and then so much praise for Finidi. I feel bad, honestly. And then we want to use Finidi, just one friendly game, and we say, oh, higher Finidi. For me, I don't think that, yes, you can keep Finidi as an assistant, but we need to bring in Emmanuel Amonike, at least as the head with himself and Finidi. Then let's see what we can do against the South Africans. For me, it is about the South Africans, not even the Mali game, because that is also another friendly. What can we do against the South Africans come June? Because South Africans really exposed them. They make, in fact, if they had very good attackers, they would have been out of fight in that game in the Nations Cup.
The African Cup of Nations, too.
In the Nations Cup, they would have been out of fight because they dominated that, especially the first half. South Africans would have been out of fight. So let us not jubilate over, behave like those South Africans in their early days in the South Africa where every little thing matters and they jubilate, they celebrate. No, it's their friendly games. It counts for nothing as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your call, Lawson. You can keep the calls coming in 0817-0000951 as well as 0810-951-0951. Before we go ahead with the calls, there is a swap of bags. Someone coming from Warri to Port Harcourt. Unfortunately, when he dropped at Emoha Junction, swapped his bag with another person. Now, his bag contains working clothes and the 5 tubers of yam, while the one he took contains drugs and semovita. So please, if you are the one that maybe took the bag, the one that has been swapped, please bring it to our station right here at Today FM by Today FM Drive right here at Alakaya, and the swap will be done and everything will be corrected. All right, we'll head back to the phone lines. Hello, good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Good evening, guys.
All right, welcome. This is Simon. Simon, welcome to the show. Good evening to you.
Thank you. I am not here now to tell NFF to give the judge the job
coaching job.
But what I am here now to say is about the match that the judge played, which I studied. At least I gave him at least 50 to 65% pass mark in the match that he played against Ghana. It is not only the score that I watch in the game.
Okay.
In the African Cup of Nations that we played, from the first match that we played to the final, so anybody can go back and check. There is no team. Everything that we played dominated Nigeria in terms of possession. Yes, we won some of the matches. But yesterday, I saw a team. Yes, we played 3-man back. But the approach of the 3-man back is different from the one that we saw at Nation Cup. I'm not comparing Finidi with Petolo, whether he's better or whatever. But what I am saying now is the important match that is coming against South Africa. If Finidi George is the person that now they are allowed to play these 2 friendly matches, I know that these 2 friendly matches is for the coach now to use it to prepare his team, test his style, his formation, his style, and whatever. So that against South Africa, which is the main match that we are expecting, the person will come out with formidable squad and the tactics and formation and the approach that we play. So you cannot tell me now that Finidi George will play these 2 friendly finish, that at the end of the day, they will find another person to play against South Africa, then the person will start afresh. So they should allow Finidi George to finish from what they have already done and do it. Come with a better strategy against South Africa so that we will get at least 4 points against South Africa. If you draw away at South Africa and win them at Nigeria, that will be ahead of them. At least get 4 points, even if we don't get 6 points. At least let us not just record any lose against South Africa. That is what I want to say now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your call, Simon. You can keep the calls coming in 0817 0000 951 as well as 0810 951 0951. You could send an SMS or a WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. And before that, did announce that there is a situation of a bag swap. Someone coming from Warri to Port Harcourt who dropped at Emoha Junction carried a different bag thinking it is his own. His bag contains clothes, working clothes, and 5 tubers of yam, while the one he mistakenly took home contains drugs and Semo Vita. So if you are the one bag, you can bring it to the premises of Today FM right here on Today FM Drive at Alakaya, and the swap, the change will be done effectively. All right, we look at the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, and we have this one coming from George in Igrita, as he says, hi, for me, the result against Mali doesn't really matter. We should concentrate on fine-tuning our strategies for the match against South Africa. This is the time to make those changes. Going forward, the NFF should take a decision of bringing the duo of Emmanuel Amunike and Finidi George to tinker the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I am even looking beyond the World Cup. We should be looking at giving them the next 5 years. Benjamin, a very, very sensible and true statement here coming from George in Igrita. Yes, the next 5 years. I know Senegal gave Alois Cisse about 6 years to build a formidable force in the Teranga Lions of Senegal, and I think the same thing should be done to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That is the reason why I am advocating and a total advocate for an indigenous coach, because you need someone with the identity of Nigeria, and these are the ones we have. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, any one of them, they should come through and do this one for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I don't know if you share the same.
Yeah, I think the truth is this: Nigerians, we don't like long-term projects. That's the thing. The truth is, give these people time. Yes, in as much as we are clamoring. See, I'm one of those people that wants Emmanuel Amunike to come. If he's going to be an indigenous coach, then Emmanuel Amunike should come, and then only Finidi George should be his assistant. They should work hand in hand together, and then give us a team, a long-term project. Give us a team that we can build us a team that can take us over the years. Look at Senegal. Aliou Cisse was given 5 years. Senegal won the Nations Cup. They went to the World Cup. They played one of the best football in World Cup, even if they didn't go. They didn't go through. But that's how it is. And they didn't sack Cisse after the Nations Cup exit. That is continuity. And that is one thing that...
The truth is, look at the Senegal football system. That was last year. They ruled the
and
entire...
it's cutting across the age grade competition.
Yes, they ruled the entire Africa.
That's one thing
on the 17 AFCON, on the 20 AFCON, on the 23 they are there, and even the senior national
That's one thing that Nigerians, we don't do. Continuity is one thing that we don't do. This government come and then change the process. There's no continuity. It is what we need to start learning in this country. Continuity. I was following Spain. They said before they won the World Cup, they said they had to, in South Africa, before they won the World Cup, they said they exited the World Cup and they had to plan until they won the World Cup in South Africa. So that's how it is. You need a long-term project, long-term plan, and they should go with an indigenous coach. Bring that person that has played in the Super Eagles, that has this mentality like these players, that has this connection. The players are ready to play for Finidi. Bring in Emmanuel Amunike. Finidi should be his assistant. They should work hand in hand. And then give us a template. Okay, we want you to give us a playing pattern. If these three man at the back is what we are going to be playing, you should cut across the under 17, all the age grade competition to the Super Eagles. That's why we need transition, because you can't bring a player that is playing let's say 5 man at the back for the under 17. You bring him to the Super Eagles. You bring him to the under 20 that plays 4 man at the back. They bring into the Super Eagles that play 3 man at the back. It doesn't make sense. So it should continue. It should cut across all the age grades to the Super Eagles. 3 man defense. A coach that can give us that philosophy, or an attacking coach that can. That is how it is. So I think I'm part of those who that want indigenous coach. So if it's going to be Amunike, then Finidi should be his assistant.
All right, that is the words of Benjamin Mina there, and I'll be going to another Benjamin, which is Benjamin Tanimu, as the newly invited Nigerian Super Eagles defender Benjamin Tanimu has rated the Tanzanian league better than the Nigerian Premier Football League. Tanimu came into the limelight while playing for Bendel Insurance and joined the Tanzanian side Ihefu a few months back. Quoting him, the management of the league is very well organized and the treatment of players is better compared to Nigeria. Tanimu made his debut for the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the international friendly against the Black Stars of Ghana, which Nigeria won by 2-1 right there at Marrakesh in Morocco. And this is the man Benjamin Tanimu saying that the Tanzanian league is far better than the Nigerian Premier Football League. I don't think I blame him here, Benjamin.
I think it's not far from the truth. I've got a friend that plays in Rwanda League.
No.
He said he played for Bendel Insurance.
Okay.
But not when they were in NNL.
Okay, when they were in
there,
NNL.
yes. And then he got to training one morning and then they told him, when they got promotion, he got to training one morning and they told him, oh, well, we don't need it again. That was how he left. He went to Rwanda. And the man is making good money. When I spoke to him, he said the organization, the administration, everything is lovely. And that's the truth. In terms of football, in terms of playing, I think the MPFL is better. But in terms of organization, administration, they are better off than we are. In terms of even payments. Because you can't a player cannot be playing in the MPFL and then you owe him for 2 months. You will not pay. So what is it? Most of these players are the breadwinners of their I'm not talking about their nuclear family, but both the extended family. So you cannot play football and you're owing me, and then you're telling me you owe me for 3 months, and then you're telling me you give me 1 month. Just like the Super Eagles when they played when the game against them before they played APC Liboto, their money was supposed to be from $1,500 splash to $700, now splash to $500. They wanted to splash it to $300. The players refused. So in terms of payment, I think they are doing better in terms of administration and all that. The Tanzanian league is better than that of the MPFL.
All right, the Tanzanian league better than that of the MPFL. Still looking at the live score table here. Most matches are getting to the end of it all. Heartland of Owerri are currently losing by 2-0 to Enugu Rangers. That game is in the 91st minute. Castina United have taken the lead against Abia Warriors in the 16th minute of added time. That I don't know why, but 16 minutes of added time, it is 2-1 between Castina United and Abia Warriors. Kwara United also have taken the lead against Eyimba of Aba. That game is in the 86th minute. Lobi Stars playing out a 1-0 draw with Bayelsa United in the 91st minute. Plateau United also losing to Akwa United at home. That game in the 94th minute. And Remo Stars versus Bendel Insurance. Something is going on there that we will find out. All right, as we call it a wrap on today's episode of Today Sports Live, right here on your favorite your premium news and talk radio station, Today 95.1. I'll still bring to you that a bag was swapped between someone coming from Warri to Port Harcourt and another passenger. He dropped at Emoha Junction, and his bag containing working clothes and 5 tubers of yam was taken, and he also took the bag of the other person mistakenly, which contains drugs and Semo Vita. If you have noticed it, you, the one who took the bag containing his working clothes and 5 tubers of yam, you can come to the premises of Today FM, Today 95.1, right here at today's FM Drive at the Today FM drive right here at Alakaya, and the exchange will be made. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we call it a wrap on today's episode of Today's Sports Life. We will be back here tomorrow by 6:30 a.m. to bring to you Sports Attack. Many thanks to my colleague Benjamin Minu who did this show with me, and the biggest of thanks goes out to you there who called in and also sent in your messages. My name still remains Osas Inhinwe, and I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial. Keep it on Today 95.1 right here on this dial.